Ses, ses. Burcu sen... Evet, sunumu alabilirim. En başa alabilirsek. Şey, hangisi ilerletiyor? Evet, hoş geldiniz öncelikle. Günün ve fuarın ilk sunumu bana kalmış. O yüzden az bir katılım var ama kayıt ediliyor. Güzel bir şekilde anlatmak istiyorum. Benim adım Serdar Aksoy, Yılkomer Genel Müdürüyüm. Konumuz yıldırımdan korunma ve topraklama sistemleri. Burada güneş santrallerinde yıldırımdan korunmanın önemini vurguluyoruz. Fuarda da standımız var 4. holde. İlgilenenler varsa bekleriz. Ülkemizde son yıllarda çok fazla yıldırım düşüyor. Son 4 yılda bu 4 kat artmış durumda. Yılda yaklaşık 4 milyon adet yıldırım alıyoruz ve bu yıldırım tepe değerleri 400 kiloampere ulaşmış durumda. Konu böyle olunca bizlerin mutlaka koruma sağlaması gerekiyor. Çünkü bir güneş yatırımı bir tane yıldırım alınca tamamen devre dışı kalabilir. İnvertörleri yanabilir, paneller yanabilir ve bu çok ciddi hasarlara neden oluyor. Bizim Yılkomer olarak ağırlıklı uğraştığımız konu hasar alan tesisler. Çok fazla tesis yıldırım sonucu hasar görüyor ve bu hasar gören tesisler de çok ciddi ekonomik kaybı uğruyor. Bizim burada dikkat etmemiz gereken konu santrali yıldırımın direkt etkisinden ve indirekt etkisinden koruyabilmeniz. Direkt etkisinden koruyabilmek için AIS 62305 standartı özelinde yuvarlanan küre metodu uyguluyoruz. Yani biz santralde yakalama uçlarıyla yıldırımı doğrudan üzerine düşmeden bir şekilde deionizasyon sağlayarak alıp toprağa aktarmaya çalışıyoruz. Burada en önemli konu numaralı yerlerde parafodurlar kullanmanız, şu şerit şeklinde olan yerlerde topraklamanızı çok doğru yapmanız ve yakalama uçlarıyla tüm parafodurları, topraklama ekipmanlarını eş potansiyeli almanız. Burada AIS 62305 standartı uyarınca biz topraklama, parafodur, iç yıldırımlık, eş potansiyel sistem ve dış yıldırımlık olarak tesisimizi dörtlü koruma şeklinde koruma altına almamız gerekiyor.
So here, the application that we do is like rooftop PV or land PV. It is the rolling ball method. There is a ball and there is a passive power that you try to keep the power in the air so that the lightning doesn't strike your building. So it does not have a direct contact with your building. That's the design that you want. So I can only give you basic information in 15 minutes. In summary, we work according to the AIS standards using the capture tips and the conductives and the grounding system. And it is a safe method and active paratoners are forbidden in our country. So in a solar power plant, you need to ensure protection using the passive systems. So we use the rolling ball, rolling globe method. We use the capture tips to keep the lightning at the top of the system. I skipped the formulas. This is an example of a solar power plant where you can see the capture tips. There is a protection diameter, radius. so you can design it accordingly. So we have the tripod systems that are 8 meters tall. These systems are installed in a way to avoid shadows so that we can protect from direct and indirect impact of the lightning. Even if there is no lightning, the clouds may impact your communication systems. What the capture tips do is getting that condensation from the air. So last year there were 155,000 lightnings in Turkey and 47,000 only happened in Kütahya. One of them was in a solar power plant. And one lightning struck the inverters in a power plant. So it's very important. So in your main switch, starting with the transformer, the inverter ACDC, the communication system, you need to use these systems. We use the RICUP products. You can use the capture tips to ensure the protection of the facility using the rolling globe system. And with grounding, you can ensure equivalent potential in all parts of your system. If we don't do that, as I said earlier, there are millions of lightnings in our country. Even one of them may be enough to create damage in your field. But if a lightning strikes and you take your measures, even if you take your measures, the second one may impact you. So you need to have the right protection. And to do that, you need to use the AIS 365 standard. What is the gap in our country? There is the gap of audits and controls. We have the standards and the directives and the regulations on HSC. We have the AIS 62305 standard, but the application is not often right. And after the impact happens, the damage happens, only then investors come to us. So far, we have protected 25% of all the fields, and we have 100% success. And in general, the facilities reach out to us only after damage happens, and we ensure protection of these facilities. And you need to have gap buffering parafolders to ensure equivalent co-potential. And we use parquet to ensure the equivalent potential. So if the lightning strikes and affects the system, you can buffer the impact using these parquets. And corrosion bands are very important. Your facility should withstand corrosion for 20 years. And grounding should be 20 microns according to AIS standards. And the measurements should be done on annual basis, so your facility will be safe. Co-potential is very important. If this room is a solar power plant, the maximum difference between one end and the other should be 0.11. Otherwise, the impact flow will be too high, the parafolders will be very high, and an uncontrolled force would be circulating in the room. So when choosing the parafolders, you need to consider that we have very strong lightnings in our country. And you can see it in our standards. We use specific lightning prevention systems. In Antalya, in a solar field, we had lightnings all the time and people were tired of them. 3 or 4 years ago, we met those investors at a Solarex event. We ensured the protection, and for 3 years, they have had no problems. So when you have the right protection, you can eliminate the risk of lightning in a solar power plant. Lightning protection, grounding, and parafather should be all top class. And when that happens, the cost will be only less than 1% of the total investment. The only problem is not doing the engineering right, or leaving everything to EPS, or not having the right tender specifications. So you need to work with the right EPS, because this is very important. You have one shot, and when one lightning strikes your field, the damage will be irreversible. And don't think that you will be reimbursed by the insurance companies, because if you don't have the AIS standards, they will not reimburse you, and they say it's because it's force majeure. So you will be left empty-handed. So you need to have the right protection. And the products for grounding include lightning protection and parafolder, and they are very important. If your grounding systems go bad, in 3 years you cannot change the whole foundation. So grounding bands should be 70 microns, and they should not contact each other. Copper and galvanized metal should not come into contact. We have a lot more to say about this, but I'm out of time. You can go to our website, hillcomer.com, to get detailed information about all of our systems. If you're interested in this topic, you will be more than welcome at our booth.
Sesimiz açık. Merhabalar, hoş geldiniz.
Hello, welcome. I'm Mustafa Anıl Saran from Best Transformers. I'm a process manager, producers. I've been working at Best Transformers for 12 years, and I will be talking about the selection criteria for transformers in solar track systems. And this is my content table. I will be talking about our company, and then we will get into more detail about our topic. Our company was established in Balıkesir 60 years ago in 1966. We are active in Balıkesir, but we are working for the whole world. We have over 1,600 personnel, and it is still increasing. And these are our main products: power transformers, oil distribution transformers, dry type transformers, and special transformers are our main titles. There is no transformer solution that we couldn't meet as of yet. Let's take a look at what a transformer is. A transformer leaves the frequency fixed and decreases and increases the surge. It's an electromagnetic equipment. Production, conduction, distribution in other industries, renewable energy, transformers are used in these different areas. And you can see here in this simple scheme, it has 5, 6 products in GES transformers are listed as such. As you can see on the screen, we have step-up trafo transformer, and it is a low surge increasing to higher surge that is requested. We can see that the low surge is around 700 volts, and it is increased to 30 kilowatts, and based on the request it is increased to different levels. And when the surge increases, as the flow will decrease, the cost decreases and energy loss decreases, so it contributes in the cost as well. So it's a cost-efficient system. If you make your selection right with isolation and thermic performance, ensures the safety of the system. And in battery energy storage systems, transformers are working during charge and discharge. And in GES, it is only happening during the sunny periods. And here, for both GES and BES, we have seen from the demands of our clients there are some problems, some things lacking, and we are looking at some basic criteria. Of course, the power and the surge are important, but these 4 items are really important for us because we are usually seeing these problems. First, let's start with harmonics. And harmonics are the components that disrupts the sinusoidal wave pattern. And as you can see from the graphic on the screen, normally this sinusoidal structure theoretically should be on a straight line, but the harmonics are disrupting this flow. Another item is the peak values, and these are in GES, which is the solar plants, usually between the hours of 12 p.m. and 4 p.m. it reaches the peak, and in BEDs it is not dependent on sun, it is double way charge and recharge and discharge. So that's why we are looking at the peak values, not the nominal power. It is important for us to make sure that we provide the correct transformer. You can see that we have two graphics here in solar power plants. Nominal power is the blue line. The peak is reached at around noon, and in the other example graphic below, you can see that in different times it reaches peak. And the other item is that not only the nominal power, but there are also the dynamic power conditions, which is causing the sudden load changes. It may cause additional heating, and as you know, a lot of the components of transformers consist of metal components, so it causes some enlargement and shrinking because they are metal. So that's why you have to control this so that your transformer doesn't get old quickly. And of course, when you control this, you make sure that it has a long lifespan. And again, the dV over dt is another thing that we look at. It really causes burden on isolation. That's why it has to be taken into account. It is really important for us to know the real values and correct values so that we can plan accordingly. 180 milliseconds is when you do the key, and you can see that it is really disrupted structure here, but the first values you can think of it as like a pin touching a paper, and it is a little bit over the nominal values. So especially in order for us to select the correct isolation, it is really important for us to know these values. The things that I talked about up until this point, they are affecting the additional heating and other disruptions. So that's why, in order to avoid these negative impacts on your system, we have to know the correct values of these items. And based on our experience, we get these values from you, and then we try to direct our clients to a better and more fitted and appropriate solution. Isolation, the less isolation you have, the less lifespan your transformer would have. And that's why these are really important. This is what we pay attention to. And in solar systems, when you are asking for a transformer, make sure that you give these values correctly. And I want to talk about another thing, electrostatic shield. As you can see on the example on the right side, the gray part is the core, and the AG the black part is the electrostatic shield, and you can see the AG coil there and the YG coil outside. It is almost like an additional isolation safety lock. Please ask for this one because in our company, in solar projects, in these types of projects, we already presume that we would give you this. But of course, there are some concerns about the cost, etc. Sometimes these could be a little bit overlooked, but please do not consider this a burden. Although it is an additional cost, please make sure that you have this in your solar systems. This was all by me. We also have Kutsal Bey coming in for another presentation. So that was all by me. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation.
Sesim geliyor mu? Sesim geliyor mu? Teşekkürler.
I think you can hear me now. My name is Kutsal Günay. Since 2013, for 13 years, I've been working in best transformer. On top of the previous presentation, I will be going into a little bit more detail technically, because in power transformers, solutions should come to you in a correct way. That's why I want to give you our perspective on what we do. The power plant transformers, let's take a look at what we have in the content table. We can start from here. The unbalanced loading and DC flow effects, inverter AG output impacts, AG coil and waves increasing suddenly in there. What I want to emphasize is that in the previous perspective, and when I say previous, it is a little bit more of a costly solution. Here you can see the inverter transformer on top of each other, two of them on top of each other. These types of transformers have additional costs, and main this it actually added costs to a lot of these projects. Now I want to give you another example of a single line configuration. As you can see, there is only one transformer, two solar power systems are connected to one single grid. And in the previous one, you can see two coil step-up transformers. But here you can see, even if it's in a scheme, in a drawing, you can see that it has a three-coil system. One of them is an AG coil, and the coil structure of the transformer here is the requested articles in the specifications. We can say that we can provide this system for you in a very economic way, and you can see the AG coils axial split design principle was used for the design of these systems, and it is much of a cost-effective system. And you can see here between the AG coils there is a horizontally inverted structure here. We wanted to show you this in a graphic as well. And in the other coil systems or structures, you can see that we emphasize that they are more costly. And in our own examples, the structures that we provide for our clients, generator step-up transformers with 2 or 3 coils, and it can go up to 6 coils. So we can produce these solutions for your basic needs, whatever you demand as a client. We don't have the prototype for the 6-coil structure, for example, but it is doable, and we have the prototypes ready. And you can see here that the DC current effect, what would be its effects on the core? It is an impact that we take into consideration for the magnetic induction, and the induction is determined based on this scheme that you see on the screen. It is important for everyone in our sector, but we are taking into consideration different details. That's why I'm showing you this, so that I can give you an idea of what we look at when we try to find solutions for our clients. And in this AG
Konuyla alakalı
in this slide, if you can go back one
yüksek gerilim
slide,
sancısına
the high voltage
maruz kalması sebebiyle
coil, because of
üzerine oluşan gerilimin alçak gerilime yansımasıyla alçak gerilim izolasyon seviyesinin üzerinde bir
with
gerilimle
the switching
karşılaşmasına
or
sebep
keying,
olabileceğini
there
söyleyebiliriz.
could be
Bununla
an
alakalı
increase in the
tabii ki yapılan
voltage
maliyetler
there,
nedir?
and
Maliyet
our
sonucunda
precautions based
çalışılması
on
gereken
analysis, the isolation
örnek vermek
structure
gerekirse
that needs to be
630 volt
implemented is
değerinde
that, for
1600 volt
example, instead
seviyelerine
of
kadar uzatımın yapılması. Yani biraz önce Anıl
630
Bey'in de söylemiş
volts,
olduğu gibi
you
izolasyon
have to
yapısının
design
o gerilim
based
seviyesine
on
adapte olabilmesi için
3600
alınması
volts,
gereken en
because you
önemli
need
şartlardan
to
biridir.
take into
Bu
consideration the
arıza
highest
sancısının en içte bulunmasından
voltage
sebep
level
bu gerilim
when you are designing
herhangi
these
bir yaşantı
solutions
olmaksızın atlatılabilmesi için alınması
without
gereken
any kind of
önemli
disruption or
çözümlerden
discharge.
biridir.
You have to take
Bunun
into
dışında
consideration these levels so that you
zaten
can
ekran
make sure that
sisteminde
it works correctly,
sorgularsan izolasyon
and
seviyesi
the
vardır. Ek
isolation
olarak
level
zaten
is
ekran
increased
sisteminde
as well,
yaşadığı bir
and
ekran sistemi dediğimiz
the core
koruyucu bir ekipman ile trafonun
coil
voltaj
is also
izolasyonunu
used as a
arttırmaya
protective
çalışma
measure,
çabasındayız.
and we are
Bunun
trying to
dışında
increase the
burada kayıtlar ve
capacity,
denetme
working
kısmımız var.
capacity of
Yine
your structures. And here we
burada
can take a look at the
tesisat
losses and the
tesisatlarında
efficiency
oluşan
in the
ekstra kayıpların yani harmonics
solar
etkisi
power plant transformers. The harmonics effect that we
değerlendirmesi çok
mentioned
önemli.
before, it is really important to be evaluated, and in the hotspot, the hottest parts of the transformer are analyzed in detail, and the reason that we are doing this is because that the transformer, when it's loaded with a nominal load, the cooling capacity, when it encounters these harmonics, the cooling capacity changes. So that's why you have to design accordingly so that during the acceptance tests you don't encounter any additional problems, because in the field it would reflect really badly, and if the cooling unit is not sufficient, then it could cause the isolation of the coils, and that's why you have to have some additional cooling systems. And of course, our mechanical teams have to have this information so that they can make sure that everything goes smoothly. And the thermal design, it is as you can see, the aging calculated for 24-hour period for transformer designed with mineral oil. And you can see the reactive load and the harmonics, all the effects are taken into consideration when our transformers are looked into, and thermal upgraded paper usage is also taken into consideration. We are trying to increase the quality of the coil. Transient voltage and also harmonics effects. After that, the grid also, or the inverter system also causes some additional losses and additional costs. Technically, I don't want to bore you too much. That's why I'm cutting my presentation here. But if you have any additional questions, I would like to help you out. So thank you very much for listening to the presentation.
Sesim geliyor.
I hope you can hear me.
Ses tamam değil mi?
Good morning, everyone. Today, here, we are talking about the vision, energy, and time, and how it flows really fast in the city. And I'm really happy to meet you in the city. I've started my journey in 2013 in Turkey, and it coincided with a period of time where renewable energy was becoming a topic of investment, and investors have to have investments in partners, and the investors should be working with projects and partners that they trust in long term. And this was the vision when we started working in this area. And here today, I want to share with you some of the opportunities of investment in Romania. As a Nexus, we have over 40 white-collar employees and 150 field employees working, and our company works with projects that are well comprehensive and as a structure that has strong partners and a strong build of employees. We are turning our projects into sustainable and cost-effective projects. And as a Nexus, we are taking over all the responsibility of the projects, and we have started working in the Romania structure as well, and also the translation and adaptation of the Romanian structures, EPC and grid connection and long-term performance evaluations. We are considering all of these different topics as the chain of responsibility, because for investors, risks are not just at the beginning. Risks are occurring when you think you spot these missing links, and we have 14 solar power plants, and we have agreements over 350 kilowatts, and with 50 million euros we are completing this year, and we have increased our capacity of infrastructure as well through our investments. Of course, investments are important, but it's important to know how these things are built, how the investments are made in the infrastructure. Romania is going on a journey to be a strong partner in terms of renewable energy as well. And we have seen that the costs are getting higher and the competition gets higher as well. Within the European Union, the market has reached a certain level and exceeded this level. The established power reached over 406 gigawatts, and this on one side shows us that it's a big market, and at the same time it shows us that it is reaching its capacity, and this maturity level with the higher capacity, Romania is keeping up, and the established power and the national strategic plannings try to reach higher targets, and 10 gigawatts of solar power and 8 gigawatts of wind power are the targets for Romania by 2030, and 2,800 gigawatts of new capacity has been taken into operation. And of course, there are the cost effectiveness of Romania in the energy market. Of course, there's an access to European funds, and It reaches up to 1.6 billion euros, and 30 billion euro worth of PNRI project is something that Romania is a part of, and this combination is a rare opportunity. It creates a window of opportunity for other countries as well. I want to say that Romania is not just a country where you can just enter the market. You have to have the right partners to walk this journey with, and the right time is now for entering this market. Romania is a difficult market. The permits are complicated, and the grids require planning, and the project durations might vary. For example, some projects we can connect them to the grid in 3 months, but sometimes this duration may reach up to 9 months. And in the same grid distribution regions, you can see different kinds of applications. But of course, these problems or difficulties don't mean that there is no opportunity. If you can understand and realize that you have different dynamics here at play, you can make sure that you use all the opportunities that is provided by them. Investors are not asking where should I invest in, but which partner should I go along with so that they can find me good solutions. And this is where we enter the picture as a nexus. We are bringing our investors to the Romanian market. We make sure that they read the market well, and with the capacity and the project scale, we establish an appropriate program. If a project is not applicable, we are removing it from our portfolio without even offering it to any of our clients. We are optimizing all the procedures. We are looking at the DC capacities, for example. We are trying to push the limits of where we can reach, and then the integration procedures start. We are managing everything under one contract. We are offering more than turnkey EPC contract for our investors, and from the first day we are following up on these procedures operationally. And of course, the operational performance is really important. As an Nexus, we are creating projects that are bankable, and the financial institutions and insurance companies and buyers, we all work together, because a project is only good and appealing to the investor when you can finance it. And lastly, we are working in a mindset that is based on or focused on the long-term partnerships and our investors. Up until we reach a sustainable performance, we are involved in all the steps of the projects, and the investment return will not be determined in Romania by how many projects you do, but the performance is important, and stability of the performance is important, and also energy storage becomes another important item on our agenda. For the last year, we are working on hybrid systems, which combines battery and also solar systems. For investors looking into Romania, this means that the opportunity is real, but the main margin is at the application. I want to say to everyone here that Turkey has brought in experience and application capacity and capabilities, and Romania brings you the opportunities. And also Romania will be joining new organizations in the energy sector, and this will be an additional contribution to the energy market as well. We are trying to create a strong corridor of investment between two countries, and up until today we managed to do this. Nexus is a structure, is an organization that is basing its existence on safety and also trust. And we are working diligently to make sure that we provide this safety and security. Thank you very much, and please come to our booths as well if you have any questions. Thank you very much.
Merhaba, I'm Julius, nice to meet you. I'm here today to introduce Weidmüller to you. We are also exhibiting here in Hall 6, so just after the talk, come by and let's talk more in deep about your projects. Now focus on Weidmüller. We are a family-owned company based in Detmold in Germany. It's founded 1850, so even a bit older than Siemens by now. And we are having about 1 billion euro sales and about 6,000 employees worldwide under the Weidmüller flag. Yeah? Talking today about what Weidmüller can help you with to realize projects. You see perfectly here on our Weidmüller industry match. These are all the industries Weidmüller is supporting since decades. In the upper level, you see, of course, the photovoltaics, but also, for instance, wind energy, energy storage solutions for hydrogen, especially green hydrogen. Yeah, these are all the things we can talk in depth when you are involved in such projects. Looking at the PV focus setup, which I'm responsible for, maybe let's start in the very east where the sun is rising. Yeah, so we have teams set up in Japan and in Australia with own engineering. We have a big factory in Malaysia where we are servicing the whole Asia region. From Spain, we have another big factory where we mainly focus on Europe. This is also where we are bringing our solutions here to Turkey as an example, but also to North Africa. We have another big factory in Brazil where we are servicing the whole South American market, and a smaller factory in Richmond in USA, also for the local market mainly. Weidmüller in the field of PV has, on the one hand side, you see it in the upper left corner, different components we can help you with to build your own cabinets. Yeah, so we have fuses and fuse holders, we have monitoring systems, overvoltage protection, PV sticks, and a lot of PV tools. Yeah. Then on the right-hand side of the upper string, you see our more advanced products, like, for instance, network switches, but also PLCs, where you can build full communication boxes. On the lower left side, you see then our electrical cabinets like DC, but also AC boxes, retrofit boxes for string monitoring. And on the very right, lower level, these are then the 19-inch REX system, for instance, for the substation level, communication boxes to connect all the signals coming from the field, but also the weather station with all the needed sensors to really see how the performance can be increased on site. Weidmüller is focusing always on the connecting elements between the big assets. Yeah, so we are not a panel producer, we are not producing inverters, but we do everything in between. Yeah, so here you see, for instance, on the left-hand side, the DC cabinets, how they are bundling the energy to bring it to the central inverter of choice. Yeah. On the right-hand side, you see, even if you lay out your plant on a string inverter level, then we can help you with the AC cabinet, saving a lot of wiring effort on the AC cables. And in all the cases, you see how weather stations, but also communication boxes can be included anytime. Why is monitoring such an important topic in many PV plants for increasing performance ratio? Let's compare it with a soccer game. Yeah? If you have no monitoring at all, you have to search for the whole football match. where is the performance downfall coming from. Yeah? Even if you have zone monitoring on central inverter level, you still have to search a wide field, and a lot of strings needs to be manually checked. Yeah? And if you really have string monitoring in your DC cabinet, you can explicitly tell which area of the installation is impacted, and where your service technicians have to, for instance, change fuses or have to reconnect the PV panels. And this is always represented in the, let's say, not generated turnover. Yeah, so if you see here the example of a 3 months interval for checking, if the fuse is blowing just the day after your guys have been on site, then you are losing 300 to 400 euro on a quarter level. Yeah, just for this individual string where your gains are not in your profit. Weidmüller is celebrating 35 years also in Turkey. Yeah, that's the reason why we are running shows like this with our mobile customer forum. So all the countrywide tour, 2 months, 29 cities, close to 400 customers. Yeah? But of course, we are also trying to educate high schools and universities, as you can see here. And also for this year, the MOCO tour will be back. And yeah, if you want to see more about Weidmüller, please come to our booth. We will give you some more insights on this. Thank you.
doluymuş gibi 200 kişi gibi. Tamamdır. Ses geliyor herhalde. Tamam, başlıyoruz.
Let's start. Welcome, my name is Kadir Hacı Ahmetoğlu. I am the Product Development Manager at CW Energy. So we are a local producer of solar energy panels, and I would like to tell you how and why this is important. Let me talk about the importance of solar power, and we need to know about the industry as well. Of course, we all know about the increasing demand, the climate change. We don't feel it very closely in our country, but we have seen some developments in the world and the rise of the solar energy. And just like we are going through these strategic developments, they become even more important. And energy independence is very important. Energy security is important. And the economic and social impact is very important. And the protection of financial attraction of solar energy is also important. And what is the situation in Turkey? We have seen a rise in the last few years. We are among the top 15, almost in the top 10 in the world. And in Europe, we are in the 6th place in terms of capacity. I'm talking about the installed capacity. But in terms of sunny days, we are doing much better than Europe. Our installed power is about 25 megawatts, close to 26, and total electricity power, including all resources, has reached 123,000 megawatts. They should be gigawatts, actually. There's a typo. So the solar energy has a share of 25% in installed power, but in use it may vary. In the world, we see China and the United States and Germany are leading. In the past, Germany had a better potential. They have slowed down, but they are going on. They're still doing it. And we have Japan, Brazil, Spain, Italy, and the Netherlands. And Turkey is going up in this list very quickly. And the energy policies in Turkey. So in 20 years, we have seen an increase by 641 times in the installed power, and it is 25.8 gigawatts. And the growth rate is already mentioned. And the investment plan, the momentum is maintained, and we have global economic objectives in the 2030 national plan, and we are aiming to reach 53 gigawatts of installed power. And in the total share, the goal is to make solar energy the biggest shareholder in the energy mix. And every year, 3.5 to 5 gigawatts of new installments is expected. And total $80 billion of investment is planned, and this includes wind and solar. In the National Technology Initiative, the solar energy is doing very well in terms of installed power and production. But due to the economic conditions that we have today, these exhibitions are becoming more important. But currently, in the strategic positioning, we still haven't reached our objectives. And integrated manufacturing. When we look at the cells and panels, we see that we can manufacture them locally. In the past, we only had panels, and later we had panel manufacturers. And now we have cells being manufactured in our country, and there are actions taken to manufacture inverters. Some local manufacturers have made some initiatives, and there are strategic incentives under HIT 30 by the President's office. And we also received some incentive for local cell technology, and there are other incentives for battery technologies. So what do we do about this? In terms of integrated facilities, CV Energy, we manufacture solar panels and solar cells. And we also manufacture aluminum parts, the frames, and the infrastructure apparatus. And we manufacture the EPE, the binding component under chemicalian, and the storage. We also manufacture the storage systems for household appliances and vehicles, electric vehicles. And most of these activities take place in our facility at the Organized Industrial Zone in Antalya. There are 6 facilities in total. And in the US, we have another facility and another one in Germany. All of these services take place in Antalya. So let me go back to the topic about cell. The cell is made of silicium. After being processed, depending on the technology, it is turned into ingot. And then these ingots are shaped into bricks depending on the size of the cell. It may be us or someone else. To consider it a locally manufactured product, you need to produce it after, you need to handle the process after it becomes an ingot. So you need to turn it into a wafer and a solar cell or solar panels, which can be used on land or rooftops. But starting with the brick, you should be handling the slicing process in your own facility. This is what we do in cell production. Under HIT 30, we received an incentive for 5 gigawatts in 2024, and in year 1, we completed 2 gigawatts, almost half of it. So how do we slice the bricks? We put them in these machines, and these bricks are sliced down to 130 microns, and then we take them out, clean it, and turn it into semi-metal. And then they are turned into blue wafers using some chemicals. Many chemicals and even toxic gases or military-grade gases, which require high-level safety measures, which cannot be stored for long time. These are sensitive chemicals, and the minor mistake on the manufacturing side can affect your productivity. And then in metallization, you create the bricks and turn them into cells. So what do we offer here? If the customer requires, or a manufacturer requires it, they can get bricks or wafers before metallization. We can offer this product as a national and international product. And we also have different sizes, M10R and G12R. What do they mean? M10R means the cell size is 182.2 millimeters by 183.75 millimeters. The size is different for G12R, 182.2 M by 210 millimeters. This is a marketing strategy, and it also helps use the space more efficiently. Currently, the golden standard is G12R in terms of energy density per unit and per its capacity to carry energy per unit. And this is the finished cell. We can use them in our own solar panels or for solar panels manufactured by our customers in Turkey or abroad. And you can see the bus bars. When you have more bus bars, it has an advantage. If you have only one line, one bus bar, you can consider them as veins that convey the produced energy. When you have 2 or 20 bus bars, when you have 2 and one gets contaminated with bird droppings, your capacity will be halved. or in the event of a problem, your energy production will be halved. But when you have 20 bus bars, you have more advantage. And more importantly, you use it to convey current. For example, 20 amperes. When you have two bus bars, each bus bars carries 10 amperes. But when you have 20 bus bars, every bus bar carries 1 amperes. And it also affects the internal resistance. So there will be less loss in the energy that is conveyed. So the dimensions for G12, 210 by 210. This is the gold standard because sometimes you need to have higher powers and you have some advantages in the land, such as using less wiring. And chemicalian or EVA. There are the solar panel layers. Between the glass and the cell, you insert this material, or you can insert it between the backsheet and the cell. It protects the cell against dust, humidity, and shock, and it improves durability of the cell. It guarantees 30 years of performance. This is the aluminum facility. All of these facilities are based in Antalya, in the organized industry zone. So you can have frames or infrastructure components at this facility. So when doing all that, the most important thing is to ensure best raw material quality and the manufacturing quality. So when you sacrifice from quality, you cannot fulfill your promise of durability. Currently, we have G12R, which has a power output of 635 watts. When you are a manufacturer, when you have this capability, you can also produce products for special projects. Let me tell you about this as well. This is a very good slide. The ratios of various layers in a solar cell. Glass, 10 to 15%. These are cost ratios. EVA, 5%. Why? It may be double glass or there may be a backsheet. EVA, 5%. Solar cell, 60-65%. Ribbon, 3%. Backsheet, 3%. Aluminum frame, 12%. Bands and auxiliary materials, 1%. And connection box, junction box, 2%. So to be a local manufacturer, you have to have specific ratios. And you have to produce the process after the breaks locally. So what does the CV Energy do? Glass manufactured in Turkey, cell, EVA, manufactured by CV, ribbon imported from Europe, and we also have EVA produced in Turkey, backsheet from Italy or Malaysia, aluminum frame manufactured locally, silicone and junction box manufactured locally. So 82% consists of the raw materials manufactured by CV, and with other materials purchased from local manufacturers, the ratio of local components can reach 97%. Even if you are a local manufacturer, there are other important aspects as well, such as product liability insurance. Even if it's not because of your panel, or if it's because of your panel, what do you do when there's a problem? Here we collaborate with Sampa Insurance. When there is a failure due to the panel, we offer liability insurance. This is important, product liability insurance, not only for solar panels, but also for batteries or inverters. Compliance with incentives. These are the advantages that we offer. When you check another panel, you can also you may also want to have these advantages as well. Sustainable supply, because a product is only available if you access it. So high manufacturing capacity is very important, and there should be some room for flexibility. Performance guarantee. Everyone promises this. In every standard, there is a performance guarantee for 30 years, but you need to work with a well-established company. CB is only 15 years, and you need to be sure that this company will still be there 15 years later. Otherwise, 30 years of guarantee will only mean marketing strategy. So the bond list, the material list is the most important thing for performance guarantee. The type of materials that are used is very important. And the product guarantee, it's the same thing. And experience. Has this company worked this product before? Did they install panels before? How many panels did they sell? These are important criteria. After sales support, because anything can happen, because you have an electronic system, you have an electronic device. So the company should be able to stand behind its product. Does it have branches to offer technical service? And the organizational structure of the company. Is it an informal company, or it is a well-established corporate company? You can even understand it from a phone call. You need to feel that organizational structure, because it's an indicator. It's like a mirror of what may come next when you have some problems, when you need solutions. And the dealer network. We have a dealer network. What does that mean? Yes, those teams should be able to offer you solutions in a very short time. So there is a store there. When you go to a store, when you go to the store owner will make sure that you are satisfied, because they will have to protect their reputation. And success. What do we mean by that? Quality certification. It's what I'm talking about, basically. The quality certifications of products. You see a similar product that you will use in your own home, or in a cottage, or in your village home. And you see that the same product is used in Washington as well. They use the same panels in Washington. And you also use the same panel in a home that you visit every 2 years. So there is the standard product. And for example, it may have certifications from various certification institutions. And those tests are very comprehensive tests. Even the barcode and the batch numbers in the panels are checked. And they check whether the ink will be durable for 30 years. So when you get certification from UL, they check that. So instead of asking a friend, you need to ask a certification body. If the product got that certification, then there's no problem. Otherwise, because a corrupt company basically cannot get that certification. Of course, the past experience in the industry, the brand recognition, dealer network, and the other issues that I mentioned earlier are also important. So essentially, this is what we do. If you have any questions, I would like to respond to them. And you can also visit our booth in Hall 4. We have a big team there. In this presentation, we focus on solar panels and cells, but at our booth, you can also get more information about our commercial systems, LED lighting systems, solar panels for camps or benches. So I strongly recommend that you also stop by at our booth.
Hepiniz hoş geldiniz.
Hello everyone, welcome. As Rob says, we are happy to be here, included in this event. We will be talking about solar power plants. Of course, inverter, panel, and company selection are important, but also, more importantly, what do we have to do after the power plant is established for many years to come? How can we ensure that the system works without any problems? As I'm starting my presentation, I want to talk about ROBSIS. Since 2006, we are in the sector, and first R&D work started in 2012, and then in 2014, the first robot and patent work started, and since 2016, as of the establishment of solar power plants in Turkey, we are not only working nationally but internationally as well in very important areas in our sector. And in our country, we are the market leader, and along with that, we are serving and exporting to over 20 countries. Our company and all the robotics that we produce, they have the CE certificates and TÜBİTAK certifications. And also, these products, before they are put into the market, they are tested comprehensively, and this is how we place them in the market. And the solar panels, in order for the solar power plant to work for 25, 30 years, how can we make sure that this production continues working efficiently and without any problems for 30 years? It is normally a very difficult task for any other product, but in order for making sure that this production goes on smoothly for 30 years, of course, the maintenance is important, and of course, after the installment of the components of the power plants, the cleaning, maintenance work, and repairs are important. And in order for these to be carried out, we have to pay attention to some areas. Dirt is really a significant factor. It doesn't only cause energy losses, it also causes the loss of panels and energy, which are irreversible in some cases. And in order for not to encounter any problems like that, we have to touch upon another very important issue. First of all, you have to monitor and detect and analyze the problems before they become bigger problems, and monitoring, tracking is important. And after the analysis, you have to, of course, find the appropriate solution. Normally, when you talk about the installment of a power plant, solar power plant, of course, the return of investment calculations are done. And in 5 years, 6 years, or 7 years, if you have a return of investment, it is considered a profitable investment. But when you look at here, a cleaning operation, a cleaning investment in a cleaning robot or any kind of cleaning operation, you can see that the return of investment comes in 1 or 2 years. So to give you a more concrete example, in 1 megawatt power plants, there is a 160,000 kilowatts an hour production. And when you look at it cumulatively for 20 years, it comes to corresponds to a loss of 2,560,000 Turkish liras. So this is your cumulative loss for 20 years. This is also leading to other energy losses. And when we consider this scale, in the scale of our country, in one power plant, 5% loss means that as a country who imports energy, it can correspond to a yearly loss of 3.38 or 4.34 billion Turkish liras loss. Of course, cleaning is an important issue. You have to do it, but what can you use to do this cleaning? Because you have to be careful about not being destructive when you're doing the cleaning. Panel safety and human safety and the continuation of the production of energy comes to the right applications, correct applications. And of course, the first thing that you need to start with is to monitor and track the situation. But of course, how you can do this depends on, what kind of sensors you have. For example, the pollution sensor or the light sensors. And we determine the power plant capacity in our own region in daily sunbathing time. What kind of energy levels should we, or what unit should we be able to produce, and what do we produce at the current time? You have to first measure this difference, and then after you measure this difference, for example, you find out that you need to produce 100 units, but then you look at the results and you see that you actually produce 80 units, and then you try to find out why there is a 20 unit loss. And then this is where we determine if there is a need for cleaning operations, and of course this is where our robotics come into play, and of course digitalizing very easily the tracking of this pollution is possible with the robotics. And this is an example for a robot that we built for Kalyon Energy. I want to show you this video, and then I will continue my presentation.
Var mı süreniz? Yok. Var da Şimdi buradaki dediğimiz gibi kritik konu
The critical issue here is after the installment of the power plant, we have to look at how we can turn the losses back and continue to win. So if you have any question, we can answer it right now. The cleaning period, for example, it is one of the most important aspects of what we do. Cleaning period is determined by monitoring this power plant. When is it required? We determine the losses caused by the pollution. AI-supported software is what we use to determine the pollution levels. For example, if you have 1% pollution, a cleaning operation costs 1,000, or the losses that is caused by 1% pollution might be 50,000 liras. And when you look at the higher levels of pollution, of course it costs more. And of course, Seven Sensor CEO owner is here. They would be, I think, happy to give you some information about the sensors, but the data that comes from the sensors from the power plant, we monitor them, and some of the, the AI actually tells you what kind of an energy loss is caused by this pollution. And also you can set up alarms in the application, which is supported by the AI software. It tells you that it is time to do the cleaning operation. It gives you a notification. So this is the healthier way to plan your operations for cleaning. But sometimes we encounter this. For example, people are telling you that the panel is clean, it's not dirty yet. But when you don't measure, you don't know. So if you measure and if you monitor, you can actually see that the panel that was considered not dirty would cause 5% energy loss. We get the data from the sensor, and then we digitalize the data, and then it tells us when we need the cleaning operations and the losses, of course. Any other question? Hello, Turgut Bey. Dry and wet cleaning difference I want to ask you about. What is the performance difference, and what's your evaluation about the dry cleaning as well? Because investors might have some concerns about damaging the panels with different methods. Now, İlhan Bey, the dry cleaning and wet cleaning, there is a bigger cultural difference. Dry cleaning is usually in places, in power plants where that are located in more like a desert area, which requires daily cleaning. So in our country, of course, there are not so many similar areas, but of course, dry cleaning might have different advantages, because when you do the cleaning regularly, like with the dry cleaning, which is almost daily, so it allows you to encounter less losses, and also your water usage decreases because you don't do the wet cleaning and you do the dry cleaning. And if you think of the bigger plants, you have to carry the water there as well. You either have to have tankers bringing the water in, or you have to have the pipes to carry the water. And of course, it increases your water usage as well. So that's why dry cleaning, first advantage is that it is really a faster and less problematic of an operation, and also it doesn't cause the water usage or excessive water usage. And if your power plant has regular cleaning, and if you need regular cleaning, of course, with the sensors that we get from you, we determine the need for cleaning. When you are planning the cleaning, when you require the cleaning, that is how we decide. Are there any other questions? I feel like you want to ask me a question. You look like you have a question. When we look into the data, one of the most important things that are important to me and to us is that the return of investment. What is the return of investment here? And also the sensors that measure the pollution, what is the return on that as well? It is a really good question. Thank you very much. Now, the most important topic here is that without measuring, you cannot know. So here, in order to calculate the return of investment, we have to first determine what losses we have. If you have a field of 1 megawatt of field or a plant, you lose about 128, and yearly losses can reach up to 65%, and you have to determine the source of these losses. And as a whole, in dynamic cleaning operations, the return of investments is around 1 to 2 years. And of course, when you support this with software, this duration decreases. And sometimes we encounter this problem. For example, the company doesn't know how much energy loss they have, and you can see that a field of 15 megawatts of field, for example, with only one cleaning, you can actually get that return of investment. Instead of losing 1 million, over 1 million liras of losses, you can compensate it with just one cleaning. So that's why we have to first measure the level of pollution and the level of losses that is caused by this pollution, and then you can actually calculate the return of investment. But in all the power plants that we have seen in the field, and as Ropsis we have extensive knowledge and expertise in this area, and I can, based on this expertise, say that usually less than 1 year is required for this return of investment in terms of software supported systems. Yeah, even less than a year, you can see the return of investment. And also, it helps you gain more than 4-5 times of what you have lost. In the sector and the other robots and machinery around the world, we have seen a lot of different cleaning equipment, and I want to congratulate you because yours was also up to par with the other robotics, and I want to congratulate you for your local production as well. Thank you very much for your kind words about Ropsis. As Ropsis, we are not just we are focusing with R&D works for the last 10 years in this specific area, and of course the products that come from this research and R&D work, it is not just a motivation for us as a company, but it is also a motivation source for our country as well, because Ropsis, with their own dynamics and own products, the products are actually exported to many countries, and we are really motivated by this because our local talent and our local employees can actually produce and export these products. And what we do in this area is that unlike other companies, doing other work, and this is usually seen as a supportive part of the work that would bring it more money, Ropsis sees this area as a focal area. So our focus is on this area only, and we are adding more products to our portfolio every year. Last year we developed our field robot and YTM series, etc. We added a lot of different products to our portfolio, and in the future we are targeting developing new and advanced products in the upcoming year. And for the solar power plant to work more efficiently, we have come up with many different solutions, and end-to-end solutions are also really important, because when you install or establish a facility or a power plant, you have to think about the 30 years later, it has to run smoothly, not only in the equipment side or the hardware side, but also on the software side. So we are working to keep this up. So I don't think there's any other question. There is one last question. I'm also an academician in this country. I'm not in the same sector, but we are really proud of you. I'm in the material sciences. I want to ask you something about your students, about our students. What kind of employment do you offer for new graduates or recent graduates, or do you think we can actually direct some of our students and new graduates to you for internship opportunities? Do you have anything like that? Both in terms of R&D works, we have our board member here, for example, is responsible for the R&D works in our company. As Ropsis, our motivation source comes from not only selling something, but we are trying to build something for our country, for our country's ecosystem, because we are almost one of the beginners in the sector globally. So this is our biggest motivation, having local talent, local students and new graduates coming to our sector. In our company, we have, I think, 3 or 4 interns in our company, and also we have the engineering team. So they can apply to our marketing team or HR team with their resume. Sorry, I've just been updated about the capacity that we have. We have actually 10 interns, so we are supportive in any way that we can. If you can direct them to us, if we have the available spot, we can help them. Yeah, not just for my students. I wanted to ask you this question for our country as a whole. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. Hopefully it was beneficial to you, the presentation. Thanks.
Birkaç kişi daha yani. Merhabalar, ben İlhan Bora Serin, Seven Sensör'ün...
Hello, my name is İlhan Boran Serin. I'm the CEO of and founder of Seven Sensor Solutions. in PV systems, the sensors that could be used and the selection of sensors and the usages, I will be giving you a short presentation within 15 minutes. First of all, let's talk about our company. Seven Sensor is a part of Argesim Technology, located in Çorum. Our hardware and embedded software and production of our products, of our sensors, are done in our facility. We don't outsource any of these works. We have 27 engineers working on developing these sensors, and we are an R&D company. And the most determining characteristics of our company is the capacity of export. We are exporting to over 120 countries. Our sensors in different geographies, under different weather conditions, they are working, and they are accepted all around the world. In the sector, the main reason that we are preferred is that our solutions are flexible, and in the sector, a lot of data logger and inverter brands, our products are working in harmony with them. So this means that they don't cause any problems for our clients. And in sensors, the located data loggers in these areas, they can communicate with our sensors easily. And some of the approvals that we get, as you can see, Huawei, for example, this is an approval that we received from them. It means that this document means that they accept our and approve our sensors and BlueLog and also Kewa, Sol Planet, and also this is a French producer, Elum, and Dave is from Denmark, and Hope Wind is from China. Soles, as you know, these brands are from China, and Sieg Energy. These are the documents that we received from these companies about our sensors. They approve the use of our sensors because, of course, we want our clients not to experience any problems in the field. And of course, when you get our sensors, you get this YouTube and other documentations are provided for our clients. For example, Fusion Solar, when you integrate the sensors, this is the visual that you will get. And in the field, in order to determine the performance levels, these sensors are used. And when the sensors are active, you can actually follow how your productivity levels are. And you can see this is from YouTube. With every brand of data loggers, you can see, for example, how can you connect and make sure the communication happens with smart log or other products and data loggers. And sensor technologies are not easy. There is a huge level of work that goes into it, and they are advanced technological products. And the most important characteristic is the sensitivity. And of course, there are standards for the sensors. A, B, C, and G classifications are available. And the most striking characteristic of our sensors is that it has 1% of obscurity level or uncertainty level. If you have 3% or 5% error rate, of course it is not really much of a difference when you use sensors, but if you have a higher level of ambiguity, or if you encounter a higher percentage of problems, then sensors become even more important. And this is not just our claim, but we are sending our results of our sensors tests to ISFH, for example, different institutions. We are actually making sure that they test and measure and determine the classification of our sensors. Because, for example, when we say our sensors are class A, you of course cannot take our word for it. You have to have the standards, and also you have to have the documentation that we provide for you from these institutions. And if your uncertainty level is below 2%, you have a grade A or class A sensor. So the reference was around 1,000. So our result was 99. So this is how we documented our class A sensors.
Yok.
We don't need sensors in PV systems. As you can see, we have car sensors, radiation sensors, and other sensors in a wide range of products. Some of them are the sensors that we manufactured for the first time, like cloud sensor, snow sensor, moving dust sensor. These are the sensors that we exclusively manufacture. For easy installation, we have poles for the sensors. Users can just plug and play these sensors. I would like to tell you about some of our products. Pyranometer or pyranometer, nationalized by our company for the first time. There are 4 or 5 manufacturers in the world, including us. Class A pyranometers are manufactured by us. Dust sensors. Dirt is a very important issue in the field because you need to measure the dust to decide when there will be a cleaning procedure. You need to monitor your loss and the cost of loss and the cost of cleaning. To do that, you need to measure the dirt. You can do this by using our automated dust sensor. There are 2 radiation sensors manufactured according to IEC standards. The difference between the 2 radiation sensors is measured to understand the amount of dust, and it also calculates the loss of radiation on the panel due to dust. And we have the manual version of the same dust sensor. This is a more economical option. You have to manually clean the dust. Portable dust sensor. This is a solution for the cleaning companies. Because in some facilities, if you don't have a dust sensor, you cannot understand how dirty the panel is. This is a patented product. We are the first company to manufacture it. You can go to a facility and use this sensor to measure the dust and tell the owner that they are losing 10% of their revenues because of the dust. Or cleaning companies can work with investors on the basis of the cleaning cycles, maybe 6 cleaning procedures per year. Maybe 6 is too much. To understand if it's too much, you need the sensor, because this sensor will tell you how much energy and money you are losing in the facility. And you can compare your losses with the cost of cleaning and decide on the scheduling of your cleaning procedure. Bifacial panels. You need to measure the radiation on two faces. You do that with PV albedo meters. This is the product that we manufactured for the first time. There are no other examples of it. You can measure the radiation on the two faces of the panel so that you can know the actual performance of the facility. For example, some facilities use only one phase, but they ignore the radiation on the other side. But we offer this economic solution to measure the panels, to measure the radiation on both faces. Snow sensor. In some areas, there may be losses in energy production due to snowfall. To understand whether this loss is due to snow or due to a malfunction, you can also use it with the tracker systems. When the snow thickness is above a specific level, the tracker system cleans the snow and improves the efficiency of the facility. And cloud sensor. These sensors tell you how much energy you're losing due to clouds. This is our design, and in terms of costs, it is more competitive than other products in the market. You can understand why the production level is low on a specific day, or if it is because of the clouds or another malfunction. And we have the 7 monitoring system. You can use data logs or SCADA to do monitoring, but if you want a more detailed monitoring, you can use our sensor solution software programs that is called 7. So you can collect sensor data in more detail. These sensors, not everyone can be an expert of sensors, but you need sensors in all of your facilities. So how many sensors do you need? What type of sensors do you need? Where do you need sensors? The investor cannot know this. The EPC cannot know it because it requires expertise. We did an analysis about it. We created a draft specification for meteorological sensors for solar facilities. We are happy to share it with the consulting companies or investors. So even before or after your facility is installed, you can revise your specifications to understand if you have the right number of sensors in the right locations, meeting the criteria. Because it's not just about getting the sensors and using them. The installation is very important. There are some specifications for grounding and wiring which you need to follow. Otherwise, your performance cannot be measured properly. But the goal is to measure the performance. And if you cannot do this, it doesn't make sense to use sensors at all. So sensors would be just unnecessary cost for you. Particularly in EPC companies, they just want to have the sensors because it is a requirement. And if the investor is not informed, it's just an investment made in vain. Sensors are delicate products. We are talking about 1%, 2%. 1 or 2% is very critical for measurement, and it may mean a lot in revenues. So you need to be careful with sensors. So when choosing sensors, you need to tap into someone's expertise, and our company offers this expertise. Our team is ready to respond to all of your questions about how many sensors to be used according to IEC standards, the locations of sensors, and the conditions for use of these sensors. You can see some excerpts from the specifications. The number of sensors depending on capacity, power feed for sensors, wiring requirements, grounding requirements. All of them are summarized in detail in our report. And for every sensor, you can find the specifications for sensors. For example, for dust sensors, there are many sensors that may be called dust sensors in the marketplace. Just by comparing data from two sensors, you can measure the dust. But what about the uncertainty? If your precision is 5%, it may mean a lot, and it doesn't make sense to measure it at a lot. So the precision should be low as 1%, so that you can measure the dust properly. How do we do it? We have our reference, the IEC standards. There is a part about the dust sensors and dust measuring, and it describes the calculation method in detail. So you need to measure when the sun is at the top, and 2 hours before that, and 2 hours after that. And to do that, you need to calculate the local time when the sun will be at the top. And you need to calculate 2 hours before that and 2 hours after that. And you need to collect all these details. And you need to use a software program for that. Without that, your measurement will not be offering you any precision. So we are being very careful about this. And because of that, we can export to 120 countries. Our sensors are widely appreciated in large-scale projects. Well, this is the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, I would like to respond to them. Any questions? No? Thank you. Thanks.
Evet.
Well, yes. I guess you can hear me very well. Hello, my name is Can Dost Yılmaz. I am the sales manager at Zest Solar. To use time efficiently, I would like to start very quickly so that I do not steal the time of the other speakers. First of all, I would like to say that we are not an engineering company or an installation company. We focus on B2B and B2C sales. And we do not do it like a conventional distributor. We do it as an end-to-end supply chain. Very quickly, I would like to give you some information about our infrastructure. Behind Z Solar, there is a $8 billion wealth fund, the biggest wealth fund in the world, the Kuwait Investment Authority, and Renhouse Infrastructure, which manages the infrastructure investments of Kuwait. And in Turkey, it is managed by Zorlu Energy. Zest Solar is a company that offers solar energy equipment solutions owned by Kuwait Wealth Fund and Zorlu Energy. It offers services in many areas like digital infrastructure and mobility and transportation. And Zorlu Energy has a vast portfolio, including white household appliances and energy. Electrip, which is a partnership between Renhouse and Zorlu Energy, has offices in 24 countries. Zest Solar manufactures solar panels as an OEM. We use locally manufactured and imported solar cells, and we offer three advantages to investors: manageable deadlines, controllable prices, and products fit for projects. In the inverter group, our supplier is TBEA. TBEA has been one of the leading high-tech companies for 88 years in China. They have 400 gigawatts of transformer production and 105 gigawatts of inverters. It's an electrical industry company, and it is quoted in the Nasdaq. Our TBA product range in Turkey includes 4.4 and 8.8 skid inverters. With 4.4 and 8.8 inverters, we can make sure that the AC infrastructure in your project can be handled by the same ecosystem. It reduces risk of compatibility, it reduces service time, it ensures deadline security, it facilitates installation, it reduces investment costs. And 4.4 skid inverter, central inverter at the top, is the project reference that has been accepted from distribution. The other products in TBA product range include string inverters, 4.6, 4.4, and MV station, 4.1, and 406 kilowatt, 60 kilowatt products will be available in Turkey very soon. TBA in every supply expects availability at 90%. So if there is a loss of production due to any failure of our products, we guarantee replacement. And during the guarantee time, we make some commitments.
Sesim geliyor mu? Evet. Tamam. Öncelikle
First of all, welcome everyone. I'm glad you're here. Today in this presentation, we will be talking about a project that we carried out in Northern Macedonia. I think it's a very informative presentation. Before I start, I want to talk to you about Northern Macedonia. The country was established in 1991 after Yugoslavia was dispersed. It has a population of 2 million and two-thirds are Macedonian and the remaining is Albanian, Turkish people and Bosniak people, and two-thirds are Christian and the remaining is Muslim. This is the general structure of the country. Before we move on to the project details, I want to show you a video of what we did during the installment.
umarım beğendiniz.
Hopefully you liked it. As a Turkish company, here we have an experience of over 40 years. In Northern Macedonia, we use this experience. And I want to give you a little bit more detail about the project. The investor is a Macedonian company with the headquarters in Üsküp, and it was established in 2023. And in 2023, actually, sorry, it was established in 2020 and reached 55 megawatts of power in 2023 because they established the Facnova photovoltaic plant. And this 55 megawatts of solar power plant, in 2023, it was the biggest PV project in the Western Balkans, and it is expected to live for 25 years. So you probably know from the containers outside, Yes Power is our brand, and this is a brand that we created for the energy storage sector, and our innovative face is actually represented by this brand that we created. The projects that we want to carry out are both in the country and also internationally, but it seems that we will be doing more of them internationally because of some of the technical requirements and the lacking regulations in our country. We will be putting more weight in the Balkans and Europe, and maybe if the regulations are if they reach a point where they are more in line with the European regulations, we would be focusing more on this part. Of course, it has a lot of different advantages, but I want to talk about Topkapı industry first. Our company started let's start by this. In Turkey, after the privatization of electricity, it is the first company that built the first power plant, and Hür Energy was the power plant's name, and that was the first one established in Turkey. And from that time on, we have established 150 plants. And in the beginning, it was more of a natural gas, and as the biogas became more available, we moved into the renewable energy side, and now we have an installed power or established power of 1 gigawatt. These systems, battery energy storage systems, they are not produced in Turkey. And when we research which countries do this job mainly, we see that China is the leading one. And Cube Energy is one of the leading companies in this sector, and we wanted to collaborate with them, and we became the exclusive distributors in the Balkans for them, and we do the projects there together, and the production manufacturing happens in China. And there are hundreds of hot offers coming our way, but the first one we did was the one in Macedonia, and it probably will continue this way because there are a lot of Chinese producers, but there are also elite producers among them because they do high quality production, and they also have bank security as well. And Bloomberg is one of them. And in China, they are one of the top tier producers, by the way. And they have 5 gigawatts hour installed power. And you can see this map on the screen now. The countries that are marked with blue are the countries where Cube Energy projects are active, and they are more in the northern side of Europe, and the biggest establishment is in Finland, Sweden, and Norway in the northern Europe. And you can see that in total they have over 3,580 megawatts of power. And let's take a look at the best side, which is the battery energy storage systems. The project is located in the southern part of the northern Macedonia. It is really close to Manastri district, where Atatürk went to high school. It is really almost 5 kilometers away from that street. And we established this plant right next to the solar power plant, and it is covering a huge area, the solar power plant. It is almost 57 hectares of land, and we have 30 megawatts of power and 60 megawatts hour. So 2 hours of charging and 2 hours of discharge. Usually in Turkey, in regulations, it is usually 1 hour. And I mentioned before the problems with regulations, and 99% of the projects include this article, 1 hour discharge, 1 hour charge. So when you go outside of Turkey, you can see 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours of charging and discharging.
Pas şeklinde. Artık voltajı gerilim mi regüle edilecek?
I don't know whether we should be regulating the voltage or the
Yüksek olamıyor biliyorsunuz. Akşam 5'te başlıyor, 7-8'e kadar devam ediyor. Nasıl bu mantığa daha uygun.
pricing, but this is, I think, the better way to go. When we started this project, or when it became active,
Bu bölgedeki Batı Balkanların en büyük
it was the biggest private PV and BESS project in the Western Balkans. And of course, there will be some other projects coming in, but this is the current situation. And then when we started, when we activated this plant, an additional power of 12 megawatts hour is planned for 2026, hopefully within this year. And let's take a look at the technical side. Application, when you store energy during the times when it's cheaper, and especially that when the wind and sun are strong, the usage is usually at its lowest, so the prices are low as well. But when it comes to the evening, when everyone comes back home from their jobs, etc., that is when they start using electrical appliances in houses. So this is when the electricity is more expensive. We have BESS containers, 20 power combo, and 20 feet VDC platform.
kendi içerisinde yapılandırılmış vaziyette. Aynı zamanda konteyner paketin içindeki birazdan
And within the container package, I will show you the pictures later on. PCS are integrated in the containers. And along with that, with the 20 containers, we have also 5 of the mid-voltage transformers. So 20 of them are the BESS or battery energy storage system containers, and 5 of them are transformer containers. And this information is also included in other slides, so I will continue with my next slide. I think this is a really good slide. It shows you what is included in the container. We start with the cell. Each of them are 314 ampere hour and 3.2 volts of cells. 48 of them come together and create this battery package. So it includes 48 cells, and 8 of these packages come together and they create the strings that you see within this container. So you can actually calculate how many strings and how many cells there are. And here you can take a look at the container and the parts of the container. Batteries are marked with red line, and the second one is the PCS, which is the inverters. And our solution for each string that you have seen, the blocks, 1 PCS per each string, per string. So we have in total 8 PCS. So this means that in the container, if there's a problem with any cell or any string, the 7 remaining strings, for example, continue working and providing energy. We are not the only ones doing this in the world, but we are among the few. And this gives us a huge flexibility. And the third part that I want to show you is that the grid control grid point control unit, and we have the distribution panel and internal need feeding and UPS, and also the fire management center, and also the fourth part is the cooling system. And what can I tell you from here? These containers are 20 feet, and normally it would be 40 feet, which is 12 meters. But this is almost like a half truck containers. You can see the video about it I showed in the beginning. So for each string, we have a battery management function and battery management system. And there is a very smart cooling system. Even your cell phones, your smartphones get hot, and we have a really good cooling system. We can actually balance the difference of temperatures by 4 degrees. I said we have 5 transformer units. Let's talk about them as well. PCS sends 690 volts of energy, and it increases to 3,600, which is needed for the grid. And I showed you on the map the northern European countries. The weather conditions are usually really cold and really difficult, and these types of containers are really durable in those weather conditions. And you can see from the top view how our transformer units look like. And the OG transformer and the connection panel and the AG panel, and also communication and distribution panel, and 200 kilowatt ampere internal need transformer. And it's not written here, but I also want to show you this one. It was the same in the Macedonia project. It is an all-in-one project, so it's all inclusive. So when you put the unit in the field, it is just a very smartly communicating unit that was produced by one company. So during the installment and after the installment, you will not experience any problems, because most of the systems are not installed like this. For example, a company produces the best block and the inverters come from somewhere else, and of course you have to set up the communication between them. But with our projects, it's almost like plug and play. So you have the solar panels on one side, and the other side with the system that is in the middle. On the other side, you get the energy. And we activated the installment in January, and there was a team coming in. They showed us, the Chinese team, they showed us how a battery energy storage system is established. So they showed us how to activate it. And our company worked with power before for many years. We are really used to working with sophisticated works, but we were not in this battery energy storage system part. So the first time, Chinese team showed us how to do it, and then 19 projects we did by ourselves. So I think this is an advantage for us and for you as well, because we have gained the experience and we were able to apply our projects without any problems. And this is my last slide. My aim here is to talk about the microgrids, because we talk about the coal plants and or the car battery charging stations, etc. This is almost like a microgrid. When there is energy and when there's not energy, all of these things should work in harmony, and there is a need for a system to make sure it runs smoothly. And you will hear about these names that I mentioned in my presentation. Microgrid will be the key word for the upcoming years, and I wanted to just show you this slide. So this is the end of my time. Thank you very much for sparing the time and listening to my presentation. Thanks.
Değerli katılımcılar,
Distinguished participants, welcome. My name is Cemalettin Aksay. I am the founder of Aksay Energy Storage Systems. Today, I will be talking about efficiency in energy storage systems. Efficiency in energy storage systems. The description is it is the ratio of the energy input to the energy output. So it is the ratio of the discharged energy and the charged energy. We call it RTE. It is the round trip efficiency, in short. It describes the efficiency of this cycle. So we get 100 units of energy from the grid, and how much we can give back to the grid. This gives us the RTE. To calculate that, when choosing a storage system, we need to make sure that RTE rate is very high. The RTE in an energy storage system is dependent on several components. These components include the type of battery, the cell features, the charging and discharging rate, PCS efficiency, EMS efficiency, and air conditioning efficiency. How to calculate efficiency? This is an internationally recognized formula. The battery efficiency, PCS efficiency, electricity line efficiency, and transformer efficiency are multiplied by each other, which gives us the efficiency. So, any loss of efficiency in one component will affect the whole system. Our goal to maximize efficiency is to maximize the efficiency of these components. The most important component is the battery efficiency. Normally, in energy storage systems, lithium batteries are used. Of course, there are more efficient battery cells like NMC. But due to costs and other factors, LFP batteries are mostly preferred for efficiency. Recently, maybe you heard this about EVs. NMCs are being replaced by LFPs, and EV costs are therefore going down. But that will not go on forever. In future, we will have sodium-ion batteries. They have higher efficiency than LFP, but they are heavy, they have transportation costs, and they take up too much space, so they do not offer too many advantages as compared to other batteries. In storage systems, we come across a term which is the C rate. C rate is the measure of the speed of charging or discharging a battery as compared to its total capacity. So, if a battery has a capacity of 10 megawatt hours, you need 4 hours for charging and 2 hours for discharging. The C rate in our regulations is 1C. When it is 1C, in a storage system of 10 megawatt hours, if the C rate is 1C, you can charge it in 1 hour and discharge it in 1 hour. So, the C rate is counter-proportional to RTE. As C rate goes up, RTE goes down because the losses go up due to internal resistance, the heat increases, and AC energy consumption increases, and the BMS, PCS losses become higher. So in the container areas, we have the point 0 to 5 CMS. So when it is 0 to 5, the efficiency can be 90%, but if it is higher than 1C, the efficiency is about 85%. So it may mean 15% loss in efficiency. So when investing in batteries, you need to decide on the right C system. 0.5C and 1C batteries cost differently, so these are factors to be considered. And PCS. What is a PCS? PCS is a bidirectional inverter. It gets energy from the grid and gives it to the battery, and also gets DC from battery and converts it into AC and gives it to the grid. So it's a bidirectional converter. So there are inverters manufactured by different companies, and the main capacity is about 1,000 kilowatts to 1,725 kilowatts. And there are some efforts to manufacture higher capacities. And PCS efficiency is the rate of input power to the rate of output power to input power during DC to AC conversion. So if your inverter has a capacity of 1,725 kilowatt hours, and if you give that amount of electricity, the efficiency will go down. So we do not recommend 100% loading because it will reduce your efficiency. The most critical thing in PCS is that 1% loss in PCS efficiency means 2% loss in RTE, because in a round trip, we charge the battery, lose 1% in PCS, and when you discharge battery to the grid, you lose 1% more. So due to the round trip, you lose 2%. So every 1% loss in PCS means 2% loss in RTE. So PCS efficiency is very, very important. And EMS. EMS is a software, it's not hardware. This software or the manufacturing balance in a solar or a wind facility, and decides whether the stored energy will be given to a device or a battery or a transformer or to the grid. So it's like the brain of the whole system. Currently, you see the EMS operational workflow. In a network-like system, EMS is a software that manages all of the components. So a well-configured EMS will increase revenues in short term and protects battery life cycle in the long term. It prevents the reduction of life cycle of batteries. In an efficient EMS, you can see the degradation by years. A product with 95% will go down to the loss of the whole system due to poor management, just like poor management of solar panels in a solar power plant. The batteries and battery cells may be lost due to poor management, and you can have a very bad curve like this. Since we cannot have a clear picture in storage, these losses are very important because we don't know what will happen in a few years. Because maybe in a few years, a system that is only 80% efficient may be just a piece of scrap. HVAC is very important in storage systems, and this system ensures that the ambient temperature is kept at 25 Celsius degrees. EVs As you know, when the temperature is lower than 0 in winter, the battery capacity goes down. And in summer, when it is too hot, the system cools down the battery. Our goal here is to ensure that the AC keeps the battery at 25 Celsius degrees. This is a system that stays under delta T1. What is delta T? All cells degree difference between all the cells in a battery. Imagine a container. Cell, if the battery on one side is 20 degrees and the other one is 25 degrees, there will be a loss of efficiency. So AC is very important, and AC channels and AC engineering are very important. Thermal degradation, we mentioned this earlier. Due to high, low, or unbalanced temperatures, capacity or efficiency may be lost in time. This is thermal degradation. And AC is very important here. AC has a huge impact on efficiency. In summary, a high efficiency energy storage system is not just about choosing a brand. We have various brands here. You can choose one of them. But it's not about that. You need to have the right system design and effective thermal management. If you have a low efficiency energy storage system, annual net energy discharge may be reduced to 80%. And the unit cost of stored energy may increase. So if you lose efficiency, your energy cost, unit energy cost may increase by 25%. And also, if you have a low efficiency system, the repayment period will be longer. I tried to summarize the subject of efficiency in energy storage systems. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, we can answer them. Otherwise, you can always contact me via WhatsApp or LinkedIn. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Sonraki sayfa. Hı. Aç. Sesi geliyor. Hepiniz hoş geldiniz.
Welcome everyone. Birikim Pilleri is my company. I'm here on behalf of them. My name is Mertcan Altay. I'm working as a business development manager. We will be talking about the lithium battery series. I will be talking about the batteries first and the importance of energy storage, and then we will talk about the product launch, information about Rockline series, modular batteries. Birikim Pilleri is a company of 21 years and it gives you tailor-made solutions for national and international companies. We have a total area of 5,000 square meters. Our production and R&D area totals 1,600 square meters. In the groups, in the cells that we produce or other brands produce, we test them also. We have over 1,400 employees. We also have our own brands called BPM and Power Extra. BPM provides customized batteries based on customers' needs, and with our specialized engineer teams, we produce customized batteries. And also Power Extra is another brand that we have, and we have some distributors, of course, with the experience that we gathered in 21 years, Soft, Panasonic, Aspilsan, and we also have in our portfolio LG, Samsung, and different brands you can see here. Our sales channels includes 8 different sectors: aviation and space industry, solar and caravans, mobility, energy and safety, security, small house and house appliances, and IoT, automation and telecommunication, and also we produce special batteries for military sector as well. So we also brought some of our products from the solar and caravan products. Also, you can see different areas that we work in the slide that I provided for you. And our solutions include industrial battery and battery solutions. So customized batteries are what we focus on. We have over 1,400 recipes, and a lot of clients require different and customized batteries. So we actually do the customization for their needs, and we have battery engineering departments. We also have testing workshops in our facilities. The importance of energy storage, you probably know about them because you are also, most of you are from the sector. We all know how important and how crucial energy storage is. So I don't go into too much detail in this section. We want to make sure that there is the grid stability, decreasing the carbon footprint, and making sure that you have energy savings as well. We will be introducing Rockline and compact lithium battery series. The ones on the left that you see on the screen are the Rockline batteries or Rockline series, and our products are local and national. So we are trying to see also how other countries produce their products and how can we integrate them into our country's system.
O yüzden firma eski de olsa, 20
And
yıllık da
even
olsa
though the
Solarex
company is
değildi. Bu fuarla birlikte
older,
starttı,
it's a
seviyede
21-year-old company, but we are now moving into the solar part as well. That's why we are introducing our products to you. Our Rockline lithium battery has a capacity of 100 ampere hour and capacity is 5.12 kilowatt hour.
böyle bir imkanı vardı. O konuda evet edebilirsiniz diyoruz. 5000 çevrim ürünü sunmaktayız.
It has a cycle life of 5,000, and you can connect through CAN, RS485 and Bluetooth, and balance between cells or modules are what differentiates us from other companies, other brands, because we have active balancing in that sense. And when you see our products, you can integrate them really easily to server cabinets as well, or shelves. It can be connected parallelly in parallel to 16 shelves, and it's a low voltage product. It cannot be turned into series, but it could be used in parallel. It is also working in line with inverters. You can see that the inverters that we communicate with are on the screen. You can also get some information about these inverters from our booth. If we were to talk about the application areas, off-grid or hybrid grid can be integrated. This system can be integrated to those, and in EV charging systems or PV solar panel projects and wind turbines. Compact series lithium batteries are 25.6 amperes and 12.8 amperes, and also we have different capacities here. They are also produced nationally. If you look at the usage scenarios, usually solar sector users demand these products. And also the Caravan exhibition was where we launched this system, the battery tracking system. You can download it from Android or iOS, the application. It's our application. With this product, you can get transparency, safety, and ease of use. You can manage everything with just one push of a button and only on a single screen, and it gives you a momentary tracking, and you can control it with just one touch, and there are some automatic warnings. You can actually get notifications about the drops or increases in the temperature or voltage fluctuations. And in Rockline series products, when you connect this, you can actually select your protocol as well. And with this application, you can use our compact products. You can do the settings as series, parallel, or hybrid. You can check all the system, the entire system from this application. And there is a roadmap and premium feature coming in the very near future. It will be giving you some battery history recording feature, as well as many other innovations. This is another planned product that we have, 51 volts It will give you 16 kilowatts of storage. It's another very beautiful national product that was produced locally. So it will be the high capacity from Rockline series. And this will be how it will look.
Ürün kataloglarıyla alakalı detaylı
For
bilgi
the
almak
product
isterseniz
catalogs, if you were to look for more detail about the products, you can go to the catalogs directly using these QR codes.
beni dinlediğiniz için teşekkür
Thank you
ederim.
very much for your attention.
Ürünlerimizi daha detaylı incelemek
If you want to take a look at our products and get more detailed information, you can come to our booth, booth number BO3. If you have any questions, I can answer them. If not, that's all by me. Thank you.
Herkese merhaba. İsmail Karabin.
Hello everyone, my name is İsmail Karabin. I am from WorldChem Chemicals in İzmir.
Herkese merhaba. İsmail Karabin, WorldChem.
I'm the sales manager at WorldChem Chemicals. I will be talking about the cleaning of panels, the main problem with the panels. Approximately, our company is 21 years old. Approximately in the last 3 years, we have specialized in cleaning of the solar panels. We have been working to create solutions to persistent dirt on solar panels. We have developed 3 or 4 solutions. We know that solar panel manufacturers do not favor using chemicals for cleaning, but cement, iron dust, or bird droppings require more than water to clean. In Europe, approximately 10 years ago, they started using chemicals for cleaning. But in Turkey, we have been using chemicals for the last 3 years. When you use the chemicals properly, you have a solution-oriented cleaning procedure. So misuse of chemicals will lead to micro cracks and reduce efficiency. It may lead to corrosion in the panels, but the proper use of chemicals means using non-corrosive chemicals or microbiological chemicals, biodegradable chemicals. In fact, chemicals are not the problems as long as you use the right chemical substance at the right proportion and rinse it thoroughly. When using chemicals, you need to make sure that your chemicals are eco-friendly. With our chemical substances, we offer services to many brands manufacturing in Turkey. With our R&D activities with these companies, we have come up with solutions to problems that they are faced with. Many companies have given certificates of approval to our products. In an exhibition in Germany, upon the recommendation of some Turkish companies, we were met with TÜV Rheinland. It is a testing company that is globally recognized. We tested our products for 1,200 hours, humidity test, freezing test, or corrosion tests. These tests were performed for 6 months, and as a result, we got the certificate of approval. Of course, the proportion of water is very important. Water is the main issue. So the tap water or the well waters in Turkey have a ppm rate of 200 to 500, and that leads to scales. The ppm value should be 30 to 40 because when people get this solution and mix it with tap water without any purification or treatment, they say they have a problem of scaling on the solar panels. We tell them that they have to use purified water, and they say they cannot find purified water. And we have a solution for that, particularly in rural areas, in farmlands. It may be difficult to use osmosis to produce purified water, but we have a product that transforms well water or tap water into purified water. You put in just 3 liters of chemicals into 1 ton of water and mix it for 20 minutes, and it binds calcium and turns tap water into purified water. With our certification, eco-friendly certification by TÜV Rheinland, our product has become popular in Turkey and Europe. Particularly at the Intersolar exhibition in Europe, we drew a lot of attention because the costs are so low in Turkey. We sell products for $6 per liter in Turkey. It costs $40 in Europe. We have contacted 60 companies that do cleaning of solar energy systems. And we told them that they can contact us from any part of the country and we can do a demo for them. We don't want to sell them imaginary products. We want to do a demo and analyze their water and how much chemicals they will need and what their costs will be. Because the main problem in Turkey is the cost. So the companies invest in this area, but when it comes to cleaning, they find it too costly.
Bir tane isim vererek devam edeceğim konuşmama. Biz 3 yıl önce
3 years ago, we started working with Enerjisa and Yeo Energy. 3 years ago, Enerjisa had a problem in one solar energy field. For 1 year, we used 1 ton of chemicals. This year we went down to 500, and this year we went down to 300. So our claim is, if you use the right amount of chemicals at the right time, you will need less chemicals in time. So if you use the right chemicals at the right proportion, you will have a more cost-effective solution. Otherwise, if you can clean your solar panel with just water, you don't need chemicals anyway. The main problem here is the cleaning. We go to the fields. In summer, we visit 400 or 500 rooftop systems and we do demos. And we see that very few people use purified water for rinsing. This is what we saw in the field. Normally, you need 1 ton of water to clean 200 solar panels to avoid any tracks or watermarks. But when you do not rinse it properly, you have rainbow patterns or scale marks. Since chemical use is something new in Turkey, we believe it will get better in time. And I would like to emphasize that you need to use chemical solutions when you need them. Otherwise, when you use a chemical substance you don't know very well, it will lead to micro cracks, corrosion, hot spots, etc. Our claim is, according to the test performed by TÜV Rheinland, as you know, the main feature in solar panels is the coating. If you damage the coating, the life cycle of the panel will be reduced. We base this claim on the TÜV Rheinland tests that are applicable in Turkey and Europe. We are the only referenced company in Turkey. We have received many letters of goodwill from companies abroad. And Turkey, Arçelik, for example, have recommended MZ222 to all of their dealers. Also, there are other manufacturers who have recommended our products to their dealers, particularly the MZ222 product. So our motto is we export to Europe and we place a lot of importance to this topic in Turkey. We develop new products, so use less chemicals, get more efficiency. Thank you.
Evet, merhabalar. İsmim
Hello everyone, my name is Ömer Celep. I'm a technical sales manager at Minevra Electronics. We are a company of 20 years, and upon this experience, we were established in 2016. Our brands are the brands that most of you know. In the thermal camera sector, we have the second place in the market. Guide SenSmart brand is the brand that we work with. It's a company of 20 years and it has an area of 133,000 square meters, and 6,000 of this is spared for R&D. Our company works on acoustic imaging, and I don't think we have to introduce Megger. It's a brand that is known well by everyone. It is the oldest measuring technology brand, and Meggerization is the terminology that is used for what they do. So they established some terminology because they are the oldest, and it's a very well-established company. And HT Instruments is IV curve measuring devices, and for the solar facilities and also isolation facilities, 1,500 volt and 40 amperes testing is possible for thanks to them, industrial testing devices. And if we come to our topic, IV curve is in laboratory settings. It is measured and given to us by the client, but also it has to be tested and measured in the field, and the standard testing conditions are already given, and we cannot create the laboratory setting in the field setting. So these parameters that is included in the STC, we test these parameters in the field conditions, and we have to check if we can test the field with the same standards, and APP voltage and MPP surge we need to know. And alpha, beta, and gamma values are provided by the client. For example, voltage and flow and power changes with every 1 centigrade degrees. So this is another parameter that we take into consideration. And also we have at the level of 1,500 volt, usually the pensamper meters are limited to 1,000 amperes, but this is a technical level, high level measuring system. So what do we do with the first test is the implementation or the startup tests. We need a functional test that is required by the IEC EN 62446 standard. We have to confirm the soil consistency, polarity tests, open circuit voltage tests, and short circuit flow tests, current tests. We are doing these functional tests as well. So for solar power plants, needs to use different measuring devices. Polarity tests are just for the functional tests. If the connectors are appropriate, this is what we test. First of all, we need to do the open circuit voltage measuring and the tests. The parameter that we need to be careful about is that if this voltage is correct under these radiation conditions or fluorescence conditions. For example, the company or the client says to us that we are able to produce this level of voltage in this plant, and we have to also reconfirm the values in the field. But it is really difficult to control that, and we need a radiation sensor, and we have to check in the field if the values are correct. So on the string basis, we can also conduct these tests. Or if you look at this combiner box, all the fuses in the circuit are open. We shut down just the fuse that we want to do the measuring in, and we can do these tests. And when we look at the short circuit current measurement, you can use a switch to do that. For example, you can give a short circuit and do the testing. Again, under those conditions, simultaneously we test the short circuit and radiation at the same time. So we need a device that could do that. We can do this both. We can check this both from the combiner box and through the tests. And this is isolation resistant test that I'm showing you now. It is a dead circuit test that needs to be done. Standardization test devices can actually measure this. This is the only test that you can use the standardized devices on. But also, you need to do a measurement between the positive and negative, and also the soil. You need to do the isolation test also on the live tips. So as there will be energy in the circuit, because we cannot turn off the sun, we need to do this isolation test. And we have the standard of 6246. And with this standard, it is mandatory to do these tests. Normally, if you use a standardized device, you can use a switch and create a short circuit there. With the ATA products, you don't need to do that. You can actually use this device to conduct the tests easily without needing any additional steps. Here, the standard says that the testing or the tested voltage, if you are testing 1000 volts, you need 1 mega ohms is the level that we need to read there. Also, PV Check Pro works up to 40 amperes and 1500 voltages and volts, and you can do all the tests that I mentioned only with one device. And here, a very simple testing method. Here, only a radiation device and a string, and with this device you can do 5 tests simultaneously. And of course, there is the most used PV isotest model that is the most used device. Ground volt location is the new feature that is added to our device. When you use the string connection, you can actually check automatically. It tells you at which point you have a problem. For example, you have 20 panels in the string, and it shows you the isolation error and where it is as a test result. And this is a really great ease of use rather than looking for the error one by one. And of course, in order to prevent fires, these isolation tests are really important. When we come to the IV curve analysis, this is more of the test that you check the productivity or efficiency of the panels. We have our main device here from the inverter side or from the panel side. Voltage and current values are red, and also the radiation values are also measured on the other side, and especially on roofs or in big fields, the panels and inverters have a great distance between them, and it is difficult to and not very efficient to use cables when you think of the rooftops. Or when you think of a really big field, it is not a great solution for these types of structures and big fields to use the cables. And Wi-Fi, if you were to use Wi-Fi to make sure that you get this connection, it is not available everywhere, and the data transfer might be disrupted. So that might cause you to not get the correct readings. And as a wireless and a data logger working together, they developed these new type of devices. So with the radiation sensors and the data logger between them, we take 2 data logs from them, and we are completing the electrical measures. And when you come together again, this data is then able to transfer. So when you have the wireless within the same device, it is actually providing you with another solution combined in the same device. And when we come to the IV curve, it doesn't mean that you have the problem only where the curve is visible. So in the field, OPC value, operating condition value, with the correct logarithmic calculations, it should be turned into SDC data. And OPC values are converted into SDC values, such as, just like when you get the measurements from a laboratory, you can get these results really easily. And 1500 volt, 10 amperes, and 1500 volt and 40 ampere models are available. And with the 40 ampere model, you can monitor the IV curve as well, and you can analyze and measure the efficiency. With only one operator, you can get the results with connections or with Wi-Fi or with taking 2 different data logs through data loggers. You can ensure connectivity. And if this system is bifacial, normally the monofacial connection on the right, you can see that. If the system is bifacial, the top of the panels and the bottom of the panels facing towards the bottom, 2 reference cells also are connected. So in total, you have 3 reference cells, and as the radiation is not homogeneous there, you need 2 separate cells so that we can get the reflection or radiation reference correctly. Again, from strings or combiner boxes, you can get measurements one by one, and you can see them on the screen. And I want to give you a couple of examples. If the LMPP value is lower, when these results are going down and decreasing, you can see that there's a kind of a pollution on your panels, or if the open circuit voltage at the end of the open voltage circuit voltage, if you get such graphic as you see on the screen, the reflection there in open circuit and also MPP levels, it could reflect as a drop in these values. And also these cloudy weathers, it might be a romantic sight, but it is not a correct weather condition for IV curve. If you get the IV curve in these cloudy weathers, you can see the example on the screen. The readings might not be as healthy, so the weather should be not cloudy. If the open circuit voltage is high, but the others are lower, there could be some different reasons behind it. Maybe a mistake in the selection of the modules, or pollution, or maybe the wrong selection of cables because of the long distance. Maybe these things can be causing the problems. And if the short circuit current is high, then probably you place the sensor in a wrong position, or there could be pollution or mistaken module selection. If there's 24 panels and you wrote it down as 23, so that's why the short circuit current would be high. Another very important thing is that the panel data usually gives us the junction temperature, and we cannot really correctly measure that temperature in the field. So it takes these values from the field and also turning the beta formulation backwards. Actually, they make these calculations. So you use the beta formulation to get a correct measurement of the temperature, and MPP point going down can be a data coming from the bypass of the modules. What about open circuit voltage when it's low? We can also take a look at what happens with the thermal cameras there. Bypass diode might be a reason for that, and you can use thermal cameras to measure that. And another example of a problem in this regard, pollution, as you can see here, or cell problems can be visualized with the thermal cameras. And standard thermal cameras, as you can see, you cannot select clearly the cells that are heating up. But here you can see that the lines are drawn on top of the cells here. So it is almost like a real-time visual of the cells. And you can see when you look at the picture on the left, it is kind of blurred between the heated or high temperatures in the cells, but on the right you can clearly see with the drawn out lines which cells are heating up. So thank you very much for sparing your time to listen to my presentation. We are at hall 4, so if you have the time, please come by our booth. Thank you very much.
Herkes beni duyabiliyor mu?
Everybody can hear me? Okay. Hello. Have a good day. And I wish you a good exhibition. My name is Onur Bayraktaroğlu. I am the country manager of Raytech. And since 2025, I have been working in this position. To introduce myself, previously I worked with Zorlu Group and Porsolar, particularly for premium products, high-end products, updating and localization of high-end products. So my position in Array is also aligned with that because I'm here with a similar product. I will make a presentation to demonstrate how we respond to challenging weather conditions and terrain conditions. When we talk about large-scale solar energy plants, we talk about efficiency and costs, but in reality, things may change in time because you may not be using the solar power plants in the initial conditions. Ideal conditions may be replaced with more challenging conditions. So in a dynamic way, we have to respond to these challenges. This is what we do at Array. We see increasingly challenging weather conditions in Turkey, and we need solutions to respond to those challenges, like hail, strong winds, and rainfalls. We need to have durable and strong solutions that can withstand these conditions and that can withstand more challenging terrain conditions. So since we do not have the ideal terrain conditions than before, we do not have the land where we can install power plants in a square shape. We have to work with more challenging terrain conditions. And finally, we have to consider the costs. Our power plants are not just power generations, they are also financial instruments. So when making this investment, we need to make sure that our investment can stay strong in 20, 30 years without requiring maintenance. And if it does, it can be done easily and quickly. And you need a partner to do that. So how do we respond to these? Maybe I may sound too braggy, but Array does give the response to that. It is the only company that can offer responses to these conditions. Why? Because currently our company has more than 1,000 employees. It is the top second country in tracker systems. We have almost 100 gigawatts of installed powers, and we closed last year with $1 billion of turnover, and we have 30 years of experience in solar energy. So we have solutions and a lot of technological progress to offer engineering solutions to these problems. And localization and our global position. Array is based in Albuquerque in New Mexico, but in 2021, we acquired a company in Spain, and after that, we acquired companies in other locations like South Africa, Brazil, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Romania to expand its local presence in strategic markets. The main goal is to become the most preferred partner and technology provider, and to offer solutions that can respond to the challenges that the countries are faced with. Here, trackers have a very important position because before installing a generation system, you need to have a construction that will keep them strong. At this point, you need tracker or fixed access solutions. Here, as tracker manufacturers, single access tracker manufacturers, we have a very ambitious solution. We have the lowest LCOE in the industry. This is our claim. How do we do that? We reduce the CapEx and the OpEx. We minimize CapEx and OpEx, and we use our patented technology to ensure higher energy production. Our value proposition. This slide may look familiar. We are all working in the solar industry. We know the differences between the fixed angle systems and tracker systems. Our advantage is 25% more efficiency. This is what we can do in Turkey. And the main reason people use fixed angle systems is because the technology cannot be used for tracker systems. And many of the lands that we have face the south, and people are concerned that there is too much electronics involved and the system will break down and fail. We hear all of these complaints and respond to them. Our product is not an electronic product, it's a mechanical product. And it runs on the idea of install and forget. When manufacturing tracker systems, we particularly focus on some energy and engineering areas. The most important one is the material, mechanical, and aerodynamics. Because our products are beyond the specifications of the available products in the market. It can withstand stronger winds. It can offer better rain protection, and it helps the power plant track the sun with the optimum angle and ensures energy efficiency and ensures use of absolute capacity. We have three problematic areas that we mentioned. The first one is the management of complex terrain. So we have less irregular terrains. When we have slopes, we have a solution, which is the Array DuraTrack. This is a product that was launched by Array 35 years ago. It was the first product. And in the last 35 years, we have implemented various patents on it to excel it. In my previous slide, I mentioned three main issues like low CapEx, low OpEx, and more production. Under them, we can focus on three main advantages. The first one is increased production because we use less components as compared to competition. You know who I'm talking about. You know the global and Turkish companies. Instead of the electronic-based systems, we have a mechanical-based systems that you just need to install and forget. You can see we use far less components. You will see more details in the next few slides. That means fewer error points and less risk and longer life cycle for the power plants. And we are an expert in the field design. We can have angles in the east and west direction. And in the north and south direction, our solutions can respond to slopes up to 16% and high installed power. At every desk bench, we can install 120 modules. We can create longer strengths. We can minimize the loss of power due to chain trackers, and we have a machine learning software. So across the years, we can produce more starting in year 2 and 3. And OpEx, zero periodic maintenance. Our products do not break. Since these are mechanical systems, they don't need replacement. We use marine engines, so they are durable. We don't use materials. We don't use independent standalone engines. We use one engine for 30 benches. We use a very strong product. The oldest field is 10 years old, and in this field, we have not recorded a single failure, and we have never sent a technical team there, so we are quite ambitious about this. And in the last column, you can see our patented technology, passive wind, passive stow technology. The main components of the product are shown on the slide, and we strongly recommend that you visit our booth to see our demos. This is a very simple system. It's fully mechanical. It is fully steel. You can study the components. They are all manufactured locally. They're in the command and control systems, and in the technological mechanical systems, we have localized the production of components. The other room is very excited, so let me pause. In addition to these localized productions, we have localized software solutions as well. This is the ready-to-wear suite. And we also have a custom-made suite. This is the DuraTrack solution. You can change the slope by 1.5%. Currently, there is no other technology that can track the change of the slope, particularly in YECA projects. You can use we will be using our OmniTrack technology. Management of challenging weather conditions. How do we respond to this? We have this patented technology called passive stow, wind stop. All other brands have active wind protection, but these companies often activate a protection system when there is a wind alarm. So the wind, when the wind occurs, the field is not in the optimum position anymore, but we use the torque. When the wind becomes strong, our benches turn into protection shields. How does this work? I'm sorry. I was on the right slide in my computer, but not on the screen. I'm sorry. Let me skip these. In the passive wind reduction system, you will see a video. As you will see in the video, the wind will come from the right-hand side. The first line turns into defense position. It turns into 51% of angle. The video is not working. This is the National Renewable Energy Laboratory in the US, which tested this product. So the system on the right-hand side turns into a shield position, and the other rows can continue optimum level of production. As I mentioned earlier, other competitors use alarm systems from meteorological stations or weather stations, but we use mechanical system. So we lose only one row of panels, but the other rows continue producing energy with optimum efficiency. I would like to underline this. In Turkey, the perception is lowest cost is equal to highest revenue. Of course, as a country in the Middle East, we like bargains, but any discount on the capex side will not give you the right solution. The risk of failure should be minimized, even if it means higher capex. Particularly, the turnover stability is very important in some projects. Here, Array offers the best financing and it stands out with this. I said we use 200 times less components. Our closest competitor uses 19,000 components. But in a similar station, we use only 82 components and very few engines. And with every engine runs 32 benches. So we can minimize the fail points. And local manufacturing. Today, Array has participated in YECA projects and FIC projects with its local production capabilities. So 70%, 30% of mobile parts and 70% of static parts are manufactured locally. We have so far built 950 megawatts of installed power. Tomorrow, we will be holding a signing ceremony for a YECA project. And we have a very big appetite for more projects. We are planning to create a pipeline. And global power is our motto. On the basis of this motto, we have strengthened our partnerships. One of our partners is STC Solar. It was an electromechanical contracting company established in 1997. It is the flagship company in the industry in Turkey. It has so far installed 1,500 megawatts of installed power. They are also at our booth. You can talk to them if you visit our booth. At all of our power plants, they do the maintenance work. And references. 3 main references. The first one is 52 megawatts of power plant, Kıvanç Tekstil, biggest power plant in Turkey among our projects. We also have other projects varying between 11 to 40 megawatts, both in Turkey and abroad. You can visit our booth, and you can also visit these sites to test how they work, how much energy they produce, and you can compare them against other tracker systems, and you can compare the advantages in terms of energy production. To go back to our main topic, the most important issue for us is durability. We are talking about a durable system that doesn't fail and that helps us maximize and maintain our revenues, because the important thing is not just to have a good flow of revenue, but also keep it that way for 20, 30, or 40 years. And we do not have any other competitor in terms of compliance, so compatibility, and we can help you install these power plants in very challenging terrains. And in YECA projects and in YTB projects, our system will be very suitable for you. Thank you very much for your attention. I would like to invite you to our booth to see a demo and ask your questions if you have any. Our booth is B05 at Hall 8.
Hello, Turkey. Can you hear me, right? It's nice to come back to Istanbul. So tonight, Now tonight, this evening, this afternoon, I will give you a presentation of what we could provide of the equipment. Okay, so my name is Homer. On behalf of Shenzhen SC, also named as China SC, from China. So we are the leading cell equipment or production line provider in the world. And today I'm going to give you some brief idea of what we can do. But nevertheless, please remember our booth number 5D3B in case you need to have further discussions. Now we will have the presentations. I have 5 parts. And the first one, I will give you some idea about how the pattern can be applied to mass productions. So this is one of the first case that we have been studying. Originally, the process for the plate tap equipment, there's always the trouble of having extra residues and also the water content, which is humidity, on the tray or the carrier. So in this case, when you have it, the tray move to the next section, the next production cycles, always it will bring in the residue material of your target or some dust in the atmosphere or environment, or the humidity, which is water. In this way, always we recycle or the cleanup of the tray and the carrier for external provider, which is sandblast or chemical clean. So in this case, we think about one of the application by using laser to eliminate the surface of this tray, the residue over here by the ablations. So not into detail, but you are welcome to have my presentation later on after the talk. And then we are thinking about using the ablation to clean up. In this case, such a huge tray over here, you don't need to send out to the external surface, which you have the logistic issues, the damage of the risk, all the case. In this case, one of the thinking is the laser ablation. But on the contrary, other than heterojunction or any other cell that needs the plate type equipment to do the manufacturing, for top cone, all the equipment is provided by the tube-like equipment in the course. So in this case, we had the benefit in our company to provide you the peripheral tool to do the cleanup in-house. So in this case, you don't need to put the quartz tube or exchange the quartz tube outside or clean up all your tools to other third party. So in-house cleaning is one of the solution. 2, so that also eliminate the previous suggested laser ablations. The second thing is for all kinds of coating, you will see the evaporation on the left, and also the reactive plasma deposition, one of the coating methods over here, and also the very ordinary people so-called the PVD or the magnetron sputter over here. So in this case, not getting to the detail, but ideally you will think, oh, then just like my glasses, the coating will sit on the curved tray like an umbrella. So the coating will be rotating in the central and also with some of the spinning to do the coating. But nevertheless, for the sputter or the RPD, the carrier is flat. So that will become the issue of whether this curved substrate or this flat substrate could be even out along with all the surface of the substrate. So for moving coating, like the sputter, and also the RPD, you need to think about the steel coating in advance. So it's just like a source code, point source code, point source. So the spreading on top, in the middle, you will see the thickness getting higher, and the peripheral will be thinner. So in this case, ideally, you would think the distribution would be evenly symmetry by the axis. But unfortunately, this is not so. This is not even at all. So in this case, by considering the flat moving coating situations, you should always think about the steel coating in advance. In other words, that means we want to have a evenly thickness along with the available coating width in this area. So in this idea, we think about putting and adding the optical emission C spectrometer, OES, or the AES. In this case, we can live monitoring the situation. For example, in this chamber, in the bottom, in the middle, and on the top, close to the substrate, you could see the spectrum live. In this case, just like astronomers, you can tell what the species of the element between. Especially here is the indium and also the oxygen. For example, here is making the TCO, okay, transparent conductive oxide. So, but this situation, this is for R&D, research and development. Why? Because this is only observed a very hard portion of the substrate, of the target, and then in the middle, the plasma area, you will see all the lines here. And then finally, on the top, close to the substrate, you will see actually the deposition majorly is the indium ion and also the oxygen. See? But this is for R&D. But today's topic is for mass production. So the monitoring should be aligned in the coding in here. In this way, I can monitoring the situation about the element composition in the middle or on the left or the right. In this case, you will see the three spectrum. And then also you can tell instantly whether in the middle, left and right, the ratio of indium or the ratio of the oxygen is even. In this case, not only for the thickness control previously, but also the oxygen level, we need to put it in the same for the left, middle, and the right. And that means along the tray for the mass production, no matter what kind of mechanics under, always all kinds of parameter tuning, I can instantly know the moving coding, whether it is even or not. So this is the key for having OES. The goal is to assure a uniform coding along the width of the mass productions. So one of the results, like in here, so the point source here, over here, and maybe it's a tornado over here, but you never know what kinds of distribution over here. But by the monitoring, for example, here, the 2 point, I can always compare the oxygen and also the argon situations and tell the differences when we crank up the power. So this is the differences in between by the edge, and this is the differences in between this is on the side and the central for the different oxygen and also the argon. That means there's a lot of variation along the coding width. That might affect your TCO property, even though the TCO is very uniform in thickness. So this is why this beauty of this real-time monitoring can give us some insight whether the process is stable when I just crank the power up to the certain level, and then it is all stable in between, and then some other operation parameter is not stable at all. So this gives you a real-time situation, and then it will speed up your parameter testing one by one. I mean, a long cycle may take a half-day testing, and this situation will give you, well, right away situation, the feeling of your mass production. And the third case is the oxygen. Well, as the ionization rates are different between indium and the oxygens, you will see on the left-hand side and the right side, actually oxygen is hard to dissolve as into the ion. The rate is so low. So we think about another idea is put a oxygen ring close to the source, which it has a higher temperature close to 1,000 degrees, and then uses high heat to help the oxygen to be ionized. In this case, we predict the coating area on the top should have a more even oxygen level, or even in these situations. So one of the results is like this. The bottom part will have the O-ring dispensers, and then for all kinds of parameters like thickness, resistance, and transmission, it seems like flatten out. That means more uniform along for the steel coating, and then when the straight moving, you have a much even alignment and even thickness, and also the property uniformity out of this arrangement. So this is just the three simple cases that we can provide. And now I need to introduce you to our company, which we have dominated most of the tool with a higher share of market, especially for the wet tool for the first decade, and the diffusion, and also PCVD, the tube equipment for our second decade. We also have the service in Singapore and the United States. Have more than 5,000 people now, and also 12 PhD and more than 200 master degree. So this is the spectrum of all our tools. So like I said, first, we are the #1 wet bench or the chemical process platform in China and also in the world. So this is our first 10-year success. And then the second 10 years will be the tube-like equipment, especially for top cone, always all the tube-like equipment associated with. And then we have the plate tap equipment, and also silicon carbide, and also the vertical sputter, and then also the upcoming, there will be another two later this year. So this is the past 2-3 decades of our situation, and we not only provide single equipment, and also we provide the turnkey equipment for the world. So more than 10 years ago, we start our polycrystalline overseas and help our customer to do the whole mass productions. So this is our experience. So this is the list. Where? Here in Turkey. Well, CW. Well, also I didn't put the smart here. So recently, we are not only works on the previous PERC, but also the heterojunction and a lot of TACOM over here. And then for the last year, we also get into the United States. So you can see we are now more than 2-to-1 by applying PCVD method in the top cone compared to the LPCVD, and the ratio is in here, okay? So we total will have 100 gigawatt experience worldwide for the mass production, for the turnkey solutions. So this is what I said about this strange law of creativity. But nevertheless, in simple words, more practice, more frequently exercise executions, and then you get a big sum of the sigma of your know-how. So we are here. So we believe we are the leader for all kinds of experience and the equipment provider compared to the other equipment supplier. They are coming after us. But this is what I'm saying here, so we can provide a long-term support and a long-term, a big experience for our customer over here. For example, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 major buyer of the TOPCon. We provide most of the PCVD and about half of the LPCVD solutions. You can see that actually we take most of the market shares over here. So this is the landscape of our customer. And also in the end, this is by 2 PE measure for TOPCon, and the rest of the company by using the LPCVDs. So you can see that this is the differences of the higher distribution of the cells. The higher the cells, the producer can make more sales of your price of your modules. So this is the comparison. So in this case, not only the concentration, but also the peak hectare, the efficiency, the breakage rate and the yield, and the OEE for from PECVD solution is better than LP. So later this year, we will provide you another new tool, which is vertically tube-like equipment, not the horizontal type anymore. But this is under investigation. So later this year, we will announce some data along for this design parameters. So smaller footprint, higher capacity, and that means the capex reductions, okay? So we provide you the TOPCon solutions not only for 200 megawatt, 500 megawatt, 1 giga, 2 giga, 3 giga, 5 giga, 10 giga. So this is the footprint, electricity requirement, capacity compared to the 1 gigawatt, and also the manpower. So whoever wants to build up the cell production line, you can always consulting with us. And also we have already in this flexible equipment have reserved the possibility for polyfinger and also the lacquer in the end. And this is for full size, half cut, 3 cut, 4 cut wafer. It's all in here. And also it's a worry-free mass production. What do I mean by that is we already been issued by our legal advisor from the United States that it's free to operate the TOPCon productions in United States by using our tool, no matter it's wet, dry, or any other automated equipment. We have all kinds of service points over here, and this is the overview of our sales territory. So in the end, we are here to help you. So welcome to our booth. Anytime we can talk about in detail, and not only for TOPCon, that's probably the major need in Turkey, but also the heterojunction for the low orbital satellite, or the tandem for perovskite. So this is a 50 micron wafer On top of that is the perovskite. We welcome you to visit our factory in Changzhou. We can have all the live demo for you. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mike Wang from Furing New Material, Changzhou. So my topic today is about higher efficiency and silver metallization. My report is structured into mainly 4 parts. So the first is I will give you an overview of furing material, and second, we will dive into the development of TOPCon Gen 3 metallization solution. And third, we will explore our latest technical progress in the silver technology, and finally, we'll discuss our vision for future lower cost and high efficiency green energy. So, Furing has built a distinguished track record of innovation since the first day we launching our PV paste for double printing application in 2015, and this timeline highlights our key milestones. From launching the first product to becoming world leading supplier of both P-type and N-type from 2019 and 2023. So each step, I think, reflects our unwavering commitment to the technology advancement and the customer success. So now, Furing holds the #1 global market share of PV paste, about nearly 30%, and now our product portfolio comprehensively covers all the mainstream and the next generation cell technology, including monopoc, HAT, TOPCon, XBC, and the perovskite tandem cell. Okay. So, and beyond PV, we have also established a strong presence in the semiconductor area for the IF devices, the automotive electronics, and other high-end applications, which demonstrate our classified material capability. So, our robust financial performance just underpin the way our continuous innovation. In the first 9 months of 2025, our revenue achieved 1.54 billion US dollar with healthy growth profit and a very low operating expense ratio. So our stable and strong cash flow enable us to invest in R&D consistently, and which help us expand our global footprint. So for TOPCon, over the last 3 years, from 2023 to 2025, we successfully developed and scaled our first generation high-performance aluminum-free silver paste based on the new liquefaction technology. Enable 26% efficiency with VOC well above 775 millivoltage, and the silver consumption reduced to around 8 milligram per watt. Now the industry will, from this year, the industry will push TOPCon, push the cell and the performance of cell and module to the next level, around above 26.5% efficiency with VOC above 740 millivoltage, and the module power will go to around 670 watts by using the new TOPCon 3 technology, mainly enabled by the new cell structure for the front side and for the rear side. Also, with the advanced, as introduced by Ms. Chen, as the advanced manufacturing process, and also the module, the quarter cutting technology. However, to achieve this kind of performance, we have some issue now. Achieving this performance would otherwise drive the silver consumption significantly higher, from 8 milligram maybe to be above 10 milligram. So under this very high silver price background, is to accelerate the silver lean technology for TOPCon Gen 3 becomes very essential and very urgent now. So for TOPCon Gen 3, for the metallization of front side ultra high boron sheet emitter, sheet resistance emitter, we have just leveraged into some new understanding or new insights into the lacquer process to optimize our glass fleet and the silver powder to get the contact resistivity and the contact recognition rebalanced. So with the new design, the preservation layer will be largely protected to ensure the VOC around 740, and achieves also we can achieve more stable and low loss contact performance especially by enhancing the interfacial nanoparticle conductivity channels. And for the rear side, the polyfinger structure, we mainly deliver 2 major upgrades. One is to use the barrier, use the oxide as a barrier to optimize our inorganic system to make sure the contact resistivity very well below 1.5 milliohm per square centimeter, and the genuine metal reduced further to be even below 30 FEM per square centimeter. And another, by introducing a new organic vehicle system for the full stencil printing, we can get excellent finger morphology control. And together with this innovation, we can save almost 3 to 5 milligram without any efficiency loss. So to address critical industry challenges and prepare for future terawatt installation, Furen has defined mainly three strategic pillars. The first is ultrafine printing, and the second is low silver material. Then the silver-free pathway, long-term silver-free pathway, to make sure we can lead the technical evolution. So our first pillar, excellence. Excellence is embodied in our industry-leading ultra-fine line screen printing technology. Through synthetic optimization of the organic system, the redesign of silver powder, and the process engineering, we during the last 2 years we have improved the printability and the production stability a lot. And also we have very close collaboration with strategic customer and the top screen maker to validate the ultra narrow opening potential, especially below 5 micrometer to 3 micrometer. And during last year, we just demonstrated sub 10 micrometer centered line-wise. And also we carried out tests on record efficiency TOPCon solar cell. And this year, I think our N5T and N5P series will support mass production use of, for the front side is about 5 micrometer opening, and for the rear side maybe it's around 7 micro opening to support further silver consumption reduce. And our second pillar is restructuring. Focus is on the material reshaping system with scalable low silver solutions. I think for the previous 2 years, we have developed mainly 2 primary routes. For example, like silver nickel for the high temperature sintered, and the silver coated copper for the low temperature curing. And for here, for instance, our T2 series silver coated copper paste have shown remarkable scalability. And the silver content reduced to be below 40% for the bus bar, and the silver content reduced to be below 30%, even 20% for the finger paste. These low silver solutions are now mass products adopted by global HGT and HTBC customer. Our third pillar and the most transformative process is silver-free technology. And since maybe around 2021, we have pioneered a function layered design, like a very thin silver seed layer ensures ultra low contact resistance and a cost-effective copper-based layer for conductivity, which mainly handle the majority carrier transport. This innovative design can get very super low silver consumption. Just for now, from our lab and from the customer results, we can get minimum about 1 milligram per watt for the rear side of TOPCon solar cell. And this silver-free technology is advancing rapidly. We have developed customized copper-based paste for all cell architectures, for TOPCon, for HGT, for ATBC, for XBC structure. And we can see all the solutions are now under verification, and this marks a great milestone. Maybe from this year, maybe around Q3, we can see part of the solution go to mass production. And beyond TOPCon, during the last 1.5 years, we have worked very closely with our strategic customer to make new metallization innovation for the new TBC technology. And building on our deep understanding of the TOPCon metallization mechanisms and advanced powder chemistry, we have re-engineered the inorganic system to create a low temperature fast firing process for both of the P-type and the N-type polysilicon contact, which can provide very, very stable, wide and flexible process window. Like here, our P-type paste can cover all the 200 nanometer to be about 300 nanometer P-poly passivation contact, and for N-type, it's about 150 to be around 250, cover all the mainstream process. And combining with advanced organic vehicle system with optimized for stencil printing, we have just become the first in the industry to enable TBC to reach below 5 milligram per watt based on the pure silver paste design, which means the TBC Gen 3 is the first technology in history to achieve this kind of 5 milligram per watt. So I think with this kind of product portfolio from this year, we can see the speed up of the mass production of TBC technology. And beyond, also, last but not least, for Monopoc, we will keep upgrading our product portfolio, especially for the overseas market, and also serve some special scenario for the domestic space scenarios. Okay, thank you for your attention. I look forward to collaborating with you and to build the local manufacturing in Turkey. Okay, thank you.